there are more logistical things to deal with today than we have in the past. How's that? So we'll see if I can count to 8 and make it work.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. We'll do her. Well, we're at 8 o'clock, so we can bring this meeting to order, and I'd like to welcome everybody. This is Liza Jane, and gosh, I look forward to this meeting. That's something I thought I'd never say, and I really do. We not because of OWEB, because of all the other meetings. So we have a great agenda these 2 days with some training and a lot of action items for today on our agenda. So welcome you all. I hope you're well. I hope it's raining where you are. And I'll pass this to Barbara.
All right, good morning, everybody. So I get to take the first agenda item, and it's my honor to bring this all forward to you guys today. So per ORS 541-900 Section 3, the voting members of the board shall select a chairperson from among the voting members of the board. Since its creation as a state agency, OWEB board has chosen to operate with a co-chair leadership model. Unless there is an interest in revisiting this decision, the practice of having co-chairs with staggered annual elections will continue. Liza Jane's seat is open for re-election as co-chair for another 2 years. So I am asking for a nomination, please.
Madam Co-Chair, I would like to, if she accepts, to nominate Liza Jane to continue as our co-chair.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Jamie, seconded by Mark. Is there any further discussion?
Well, I think we ought to have her give a 20-minute speech on why she wants to be the chair. So.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. That was the condition.
Okay.
All right, not hearing any further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, Liza Jane, right on. Thank you for your willingness to serve again. And I will pass the baton to you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your support. I feel like we're just all the chairs, but I'll do my best. I will show up. So we have agenda item B, and that is our January meeting minutes. I hope everyone's had a chance to review those, and I would entertain a motion to accept those minutes.
Barbara Boyer approves the minutes as presented.
Second from Jamie.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the minutes and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Great. Thank you. Move to C.
All right, we are moving on. All right, this is the time on the agenda that we look for some board member reports and what you want us to know today. So I'm gonna look at my board, and Eric Murray, you're up first, please.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Barbara. Good morning, board members. Eric Murray from NOAA Fisheries. I'll just start off with an update on some of the funding that was made available to NOAA through the Infrastructure Investment and Job Act. We know we've got around $3 billion to NOAA over 5 years for habitat restoration, and that is largely coming through the Habitat Restoration and Resilience Program, the Fish Passage Improvement Program, and the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund. Some of those requests for proposals are closed, such as PCSRF, which closed in March, but many others will be available shortly. And the NOAA Restoration Center here in the West Coast region will be available for technical assistance for applicants for those grants. I would also like to note that NOAA Fisheries is currently taking public comment on draft climate regional action plans. There's 7 regional plans, including one for the West Coast region. The comment period opened on April 21st and will close on June 2nd. I really encourage folks to take a look at those plans and provide comments. I'd also like to highlight a new article on the NOAA Fisheries West Coast regional webpage on the ecological and economic impacts of forecasted global marine heat waves. And this is an article about, this one is focusing on what was known as the blob, the marine heat wave that started in 2013 and 2014. And the article notes that this caused an ecological cascade which affected how whales feed off the West Coast. It affected the Dungeness crab fishery. It increased the rate of whale entanglements in the Dungeness crab fishery. And it also shifted the range of California market squid northward, which was this is a big problem. This is one of the most important economic fisheries in California. So there was a lot of sort of unexpected ecological impacts from this marine heat wave. Unfortunately, we expect more of these marine heat waves in the future. And the article also identifies new forecasting tools and strategies to adapt to these marine heat waves that we expect in the future. And that's what I have for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. All right, moving on down. Let's see. Hey, Meg, what do you want us to know today?
Thank you, Barbara. Good morning, everybody. I don't want to talk too long. There's just a lot going on in the water resources world. I'll be like the FedEx man. Do you remember the FedEx man? Anybody? He spoke so fast you could hardly understand what he said. Anyway, so the department has 2 rulemakings underway that might be of interest to this board. One of them implements a statute that provides for the conversion of a hydroelectric right to an in-stream water right at the termination of the hydro right. And this rulemaking is to kind of implement that statute. And it has proved to be, it is drawing a lot of interest. And the statute is challenging actually to figure out how to interpret the statute. But so that's underway and may get settled in June. The commission recently bumped it from the agenda to a further meeting down the road. So I'll report back about where it lands once that happens. Another rulemaking that's underway is to modify the department's process for establishing critical groundwater areas. A critical groundwater area gives the establishment of one gives the commission really broad authority with respect to groundwater use within the area that it doesn't have absent the critical groundwater area designation, including modifying use under existing water rights, which is a kind of authority that the commission doesn't have for other water rights. And it's designed for, the word critical is important there. This is for situations where the groundwater situation is really severe. And so that rulemaking has also attracted a lot of attention. It's not finished yet, and I'll report back when it is finished. But the third thing that is underway related to groundwater use is an effort to kind of recalibrate the department's treatment of applications for new groundwater rights, particularly in areas where we don't have a full-blown groundwater study that allows us to know with relative certainty in the world of groundwater, what's happening in the aquifer, but where we do have enough information to know that there is significant concern about the groundwater, the aquifer's ability to sustain continued allocation. I think that is going to be a rulemaking, and the commission is kind of driving this, the Water Resources Commission, and has asked the department to come back with a proposal like at our meeting in June that we can start getting in place. Our hope is to have something in place by the end of this calendar year that deals with the current approach to allocating new groundwater rights. So I'll report back on that as well. I wanted to do a brief update on the state-supported regional water planning and management group, which for short is the regional water table. I mentioned this, I think, at our last meeting, and we talked about it, or at least it was requested during the Water and Climate Committee meeting that we get some updates on this. So this is a legislative task force that's charged with developing a framework for state-supported water planning that happens at the regional or basin level, and trying to integrate the planning and implementation between the local entities, communities, wherever this lands, and the state at the state level, and how the state can support that process, how the state can support the planning process, and how the state can support the implementation of whatever comes from the planning process. That work group has had a few meetings, and up to this point, they've been focused on briefings to educate the group about the current systems that we have in place for managing water in Oregon, and also the regional planning efforts that have been and are underway in the state. One of them is place-based water planning, which is a pilot project, but there's also a couple of other in the Deschutes Basin and in the Umatilla. There are some other processes that are underway. And so they're getting briefings on that. This group is intentionally larger and different and more diverse than other task forces focused on water have been to date in Oregon. And so there's a little bit in this early stage process, I think, of push and pull among those who are not as fully immersed in the whole state system, how it works, how the local government deals with water planning, et cetera, and those who are like, we've been doing this forever, we're ready to go, let's get going. But the process is being facilitated by the National Policy Consensus Center at PSU. And like I said, it's early stage, and the facilitators there are managing the process and trying to move things forward appropriately. So I think this is to be expected in a group of this size and scope. So I'll continue to report on this as they move forward. They meet monthly and hope to have a product in time for the 2023 legislative session. So the other thing I wanted to talk about, this involves other water agencies as well, as does the regional water table group. But the governor's office and the state agencies who deal with water are working with representatives of Oregon's 9 sovereign tribes on a tribal task force to address shared state and tribal interests in water. And the tribes requested creation of the task force to add tribal voice to the water vision when it was actively under discussion. And I think the early focus of this group is to be a kind of education and exchanging information about how the state goes about dealing with water issues, and the tribes, how they go about dealing with water issues. And the goal being to have a more productive joint management going forward. This process is also being facilitated by the National Policy Consensus Center. It's early stages, meetings have not started yet. I think they are expected to start in June, and also with the hope of reporting out before at the end of this year, end of this calendar year. The last thing I wanted to mention is quickly, the integrated water resources strategy also came up during our climate and water meeting. And that is due for a 5-year review in 2022. And the department has decided to hold back on doing that review until some of these other groups that are underway have finished their work, to try to have the benefit of that work as it works on reviewing and modifying, updating the integrated water resources strategy. And the last thing I wanted to mention is Lake Abert, which you probably have seen reported in the Oregonian. So this is, there are seriously declining water levels in Lake Abert. And that lake is, among other things, an internationally recognized migration staging habitat for shorebirds. The lake is also part of a larger ecological system associated with the Chihuacan River, with remaining portions of the Chihuacan marshes and associated flood irrigated meadows providing spring migration and nesting habitat for waterfowl and shorebirds. The consortium of conservation organizations followed that reporting with a letter to the governor, the directors of the Water Resources Department, ODFW, and DEQ, and their respective commission chairs, asking for a set of specific actions to be taken immediately to deal with the Lake Ebert situation. The state is convening a process to address those issues. The decline, the scarcity issues around Lake Ebert and its surrounds are complex, and they involve a lot of different interests, a lot of people, a lot of entities, and a lot of ecological interests. And so the state is going to convene this process to try to come to some holistic resolution of how to deal with the issues at Lake Ebert going forward, also facilitated by PSU's National Policy Consensus Center. That group is in early, or at least the governor's office and the state agencies are in early conversations with some of the interests involved. I think they have started with agricultural interests and tribal interests, and the convening will be happening soon. And so, and I'm going to be quiet. Sorry for talking for so long. If anybody wants more information about any of this, please let me know. And also, if I knew how to use this chat function, which I really don't, the Water Resource Department has a website on the regional water table. So if you go into the Water Resources website, you will find it easily, but also I can send it around. I can send it maybe through April if anyone is interested in getting links to it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Meg. My gosh, there's a lot going on there, huh?
Sure is.
So before I move on and pick somebody else, so Molly, you come to mind. Do you have to get off early? You're jumping off at some point, right?
I do. I need to jump off between 9 and 10.
Okay. So is there anybody else on here that needs to jump off that I should pick on first? Okay. There was a lot of emails this morning about people coming in and out, so I'm just trying to get myself organized. All right, Bruce, what do you want us to know today?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful I'm not as swamped as Meg. So since our last board meeting, I've still continued to focus on issues related to climate. I participated in two of the first two climate resolution listening sessions, which will be reported on tomorrow. I found them very interesting. I had the opportunity to sit through a Oregon Wild sponsored webinar on combating racism on public lands in Oregon, which was eye-opening for me. And there has been the second of a 12-part series on the climate change adaptation for forest-dependent wildlife, which is being put on by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Our own Brenda McComb is on their organizing committee, and they're phenomenal webinars as far as telling the story. They do well what we do well on telling the story. Anybody who would like to look in on one of those or see a recording or be on their mailing list, I put the website on the chat. And I did notice that April mentioned that anything we put on the chat does not go on to the YouTube. And I don't know if there's any way that April or somebody else can take websites that board members post on our chat and somehow get them on the YouTube. But if that's possible, it'd be great. That said, one last self-congratulatory issue is that yesterday was my wife's birthday and I remembered it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. All right, let's see, Mark.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Good morning, everybody. We had quite an honor here not long ago. We had the new director of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Martha Williams, come to Oregon. And she went out to Tillamook County, and I was invited to join on that tour based upon some of the things I've done in Tillamook County. And so she was very impressed. She's from Montana, was getting up to speed on coastal issues. So we viewed 3 projects that were partially, if not fully funded by OWEB. And as a direct result of that, I think, she announced here recently that we've got 3 new projects funded for $750,000 from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service funds. So I think she was impressed with what goes on projects from OWEB funding and other sources in Oregon to benefit our fish and wildlife. I'm going to read from my notes here from the 2022 legislative session. Some of you probably heard about the Private Forest Accord. That's a package of new laws and funding mechanisms that will hopefully provide significant watershed health benefits when implemented. And ODF&W will have a significant role in implementing this, some of which includes the mitigation subaccount within the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund. That will, as I understand, have several $1 million coming into that fund every year. And it's for a grant program, mapping of fish and wildlife use habitat through a variety of methods, a number of beaver related responsibilities, and some staffing biologists to coordinate on a variety of stream related needs. So that's the Private Forest Accord. The rules are going to be adopted by the Board of Forestry and the Fish and Wildlife Commission late this fall. The funding package for ODF&W, we did really well. Provided funding for fish passage barrier removal, some more funding for OCRF, the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Program, for drought resiliency projects, temperature monitoring, flow, cold water refugia, monitoring of in-stream water rights associated with drought resiliency, and some other funds that went to OWEB as part of the drought funding package, which I think Lisa talked to us about at the last meeting. Additional funding was provided to ODOT, Oregon Department of Transportation, for wildlife crossing structures, and Representative Helm was able to get $7 million to ODOT to provide some seed money for wildlife crossing structures. There's 6,000 just deer that are killed every year on Oregon's highways, 6,000. And so that doesn't include the traffic accidents and lives that have been changed as a result of people being involved in those accidents. So there's going to be a significant effort on trying to get more wildlife crossing structures in place. Ocean Science Bill passed. There's approximately $1 million in that fund for ocean researchers to help Oregon better understand and monitor Oregon's changing oceans. And then tribal relations. I'd like to speak to that. And hi, Kelly. I see Kelly there. Hi, Kelly. ODF&W is actively working to improve government-to-government relationships with our tribes. Examples of this include an agreement with the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde around shellfish harvest, and a consideration of hunting opportunities in the Burns Paiute tribe, which we approved at the commission meeting in Astoria last Friday. Then on April 7th, the governor declared Nature of Oregon Day. It's a new opportunity for Oregonians to bring awareness to critical conservation goals and reduce barriers for underserved communities to connect with the outdoors. And the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, when that first got started, we were really worried because it was a $1 million seed fund, but we had to raise $1 million. And as of today, it looks like we have about $15 million in the fund coming from various sources. So it's doing really well. So there's going to be some significant projects going out on the ground. So it was a celebration in Portland on April 7th for that. And then last but not least, the Fish and Wildlife Stewardship Awards were awarded at the commission meeting last Friday. And that's a joint award by ODF&W and the Board of Forestry to recognize forest landowners with Fish and Wildlife Stewardship Awards where they do above and beyond the minimum requirements of the Forest Practices Act and for fish and wildlife resources in their areas. And I'm not going to list all of them because there were several of them, but so that's it for my report unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
Astoria, that sounded fun to go to last week.
It was, well, Bruce was there and it rained a little bit, but that's expected in Astoria. But for the most part, it was beautiful. So.
All right, Gary, what do you want us to know today?
Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, good to be here. So this is a part of the program I really enjoy. That was a great report, Meg. I feel like you're talking directly to us over here. That Aber Lake's just over the hill from us. It's pretty typical of what's going on over here right now. That these water bodies are shrinking, the stream flows are low, and the wetlands are largely non-existent as comparable to what they are. We have John Scharf Migratory Waterfowl Festival right now, and the birds that are coming through right now are doing all right. They're limited. There's not too many of them, but the ones that were here a few weeks ago and maybe the ones that are coming in another couple weeks are gonna be not have as much to fuel up on and get on further north. And they tell me that that's this area is really critical for those birds coming up from the south to be able to drop in here and refuel, and it makes a big difference in the nesting success when they get on further north. So we're pretty much past the window of time where these upper levels of mountains can load the snow and provide any runoff for these meadowlands. So the agencies and the people that had plans in place for drought plans are in a little better shape than those that are just waiting and hoping for more moisture. Because it could certainly go either way, and we're moving into a time of year when we generally our moisture declines. So that is that's pretty much it. I wouldn't mind hearing more from Meg, so I'd assign the rest of my time to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. All right, Corey, what would you like us to know today?
Good morning, everybody. Happy to be here. Just a few updates.
Oh, actually, Corey, your mic is pretty, your volume's really low. Ooh, not any better.
Why don't you move along? I'll come back to me.
Oh no, that was you're much better. You're right there.
Oh, okay, great. Hi, everybody. Every time I try to use my not headphones, it's always a disaster. I don't know why I keep trying 2 years in. Anyway, super excited to be here today. Just a few announcements. Looking big, President Biden announced 3 watershed projects were funded for Oregon through the infrastructure bill. So we're super excited to get those locked in and continue work on implementation and planning. Our local field offices are working really hard on our environmental quality incentives program and conservation stewardship program ranking and planning. We have aggressive obligation goals to be well on our way by the end of the third quarter to typically in the past, a lot of obligation is when we lock in the funds for the different projects. And sometimes that gets kind of piled up at the end of the year, and we're working really hard this year to get it all going throughout the year so that we don't have a fourth quarter crunch. So that's exciting. Our current Conservation Innovation Grant state program is applications are being accepted now through May 13th. So if you're interested in our Conservation Innovation Grant programming, please go to our website for all the information. A couple updates on urban agriculture. Urban agriculture has been a hot topic the last couple months here in Oregon. We are looking forward to next week announcement about a people's garden. Portland is one of 17 cities around the country that is going to be part of the reinitiation of the USDA's People Garden program. So excited to see that come through. I won't spill the beans ahead of time, ahead of the national announcement, no leaks. Also, Oregon was able to have one recipient of the USDA's Equity Conservation Agreements. Friends of Zenger Farms here in the Portland metro area got one of the $50 million, it's total $50 million, and they got an award to do remove the barriers to tuition costs for their internship and apprentice programs, working on more equitable outreach and education for BIPOC and other farmers, people aspiring to be farmers. And the Oregon Technical Advisory Committee, if you've ever been to an OTAC meeting, we have established a subcommittee on urban agriculture. So quite a few things going on in the world of urban. Looking forward to continuing to expand our portfolio of programs and the footprint of the work we do there, working very strongly with our local partners. And it's important to me that we don't think of urban just as Portland, but all of the urban and suburban communities across the state is where we want to make sure that we have a programming and a technical assistance that's appropriate for those producers. Two more quick things real fast. The Northwest Climate Hub, it's the USDA's Northwest Climate Hub, working on a lot of opportunities for education outreach and projects. Specifically, we're working with the US Drought Monitor, hoping to get some additional funds, have the US Drought Monitor come back to Oregon. They were here 2 years ago to do some outreach on the tools that a lot of agencies and a lot of professionals use to be able to see the drought designations, see the projections, and then a lot of those drought designations are tied to policy. And so understanding how those drought monitor works and how those designations are made is helpful for conservation and agricultural professionals. So we're hoping to have them back here in the state, probably summer or fall, to talk about their work. And then I will step aside and and just speak real quickly. The Farm Service Agency, our sister USDA agency, has announced its new state executive director. That is a political appointee. Gail Greenman is taking the seat as the FSA state executive director, and she is most recently was the executive director of the Westside Economic Alliance. So I'm looking forward to meeting her, and Ron is looking forward to working with her on our Technical Advisory Committee and all the other ways that NRCS and FSA work together to deliver conservation programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. All right, Jamie, what do you want us to know?
Good morning, everyone, and thanks everyone for the great updates. And I was thinking along the same lines as Gary, as wanting to defer more time to Meg. Everyone's been given really great updates, but just the water issues that are coming up are really key. So thanks, Meg, for all that. Just a couple things to note and additions to what's been said. One is we're seeing a lot of folks across the state really just preparing for the drought that's coming up this summer, the anticipated drought, and also extended fire season. We know now that fire season is year round. And so doing that preparation from farmers to families and protecting our homes. Wanted to note that the Department of Human Services is doing some work statewide on emergency preparation. So to tap into some of those resources. Just a couple other projects that just to highlight is one, the Willamette Falls, the dispute that's going on now, and that's impacting, there's disputes between agencies, between private entities, and also between tribes, tribal communities. But that's a really important resource that's critical for tribal fishing access. But we're keeping an eye on that project to enable, hopefully there'll be a positive resolution and partnership that can move that project forward. Another thing that OWEB is working on the board is doing some learning and growing around more DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, and wanted to highlight one of the documents that we're looking at that I think is very informative for the general public, and it's part of reading access. So to the point before, if links can go out, if we can share this link, it's the Water Justice for Oregon Communities, a community engagement initiative by the Oregon Water Futures Project. It was a project that Meg referenced, but it's a great resource. And, you know, a two-page summary with a lot of great feedback from Oregonians across the state on some water issues. So if we could share that with folks, that would, I think, be really helpful. And then, you know, just again, the rest of the time, I'd love to hear more. Meg, if you have more to share, don't feel shy, because all the stuff that you provided was just really helpful. So thanks everyone for all your work.
Thank you, Jamie. All right, Molly.
Good morning, everybody. Just a few things. I'd like to start though in about 2 weeks ago, I participated in the OWEB Climate Public Listening Session #1. And I just want to take a minute, probably a few of the other board members were there as well, and just really express my appreciation for the OWEB staff. I thought that the focus groups that you held on Zoom with the participants was outstanding. And it really did illustrate the reach that the committee is, or, you know, as the organization is really trying to get the boots on the ground knowledge and try to integrate good policy with practical application. So I was just really impressed by that. I know I see Eric in the corner up here in the Zoom window. I was in his session and just thought you did an outstanding job. So I wanted to mention that. As far as updates from EQC, we do have 2 new commissioners. So the commission is finally full. The 2 new commissioners are Greg Addington. So for those of you who don't know him, he's worked in and around the natural resource sector for his entire career. He began as a field representative for the Oregon Farm Bureau, and then later transferred to the organization's Governmental Affairs Division, working as an associate director in 2005. And he and his family have been living in Klamath County, where he served as an executive director for the Klamath Water Users Association for nearly 11 years. And as of 2015, he stepped down to form his own consulting company. So he's a fantastic voice on the committee and has a great perspective, and especially around kind of Klamath. The other new commissioner is Amy Slusher. She is a staff attorney with the Green Energy Institute at the Lewis and Clark Law School. She has extensive experience with a broad variety of legal and regulatory frameworks relating to climate change, energy, transportation, and air pollution. Her work has focused on developing effective and equitable policy pathways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and accelerate a just and equitable transition to a clean and renewable energy system. So we did have an EQC meeting, it was probably a week and a half ago or so. And we did discuss kind of roles and responsibilities amongst the board members. One of the changes that will be upcoming is, I think, Greg Addington and I are going to switch liaison positions. So I think he will become, as we transition with Lisa and get onboarding, there's a good chance that by the next OWEB meeting, Greg might be here instead of me. So I just wanted to take a moment, give people a heads up, and express how much I've enjoyed being part of OWEB. But this will be he'd be a great voice. So that might be a change that is coming. The other kind of, where did it go? The other policy change that we did make in the EQC with DEQ was a TMDL policy. And now the board and the commissioners will have a bigger role to play in establishing the TMDLs. And hopefully that process, that change to policy, will increase the public participation and also the representation that is present in the establishment of TMDLs. And what we did last, and I'll pull up the rule for it here, but we established a timeline for the TMDL priorities. And so if you are interested, in the last session, you can see which of the watershed TMDL rules are the highest priority and the timelines for when those will likely be completed. And so I think that has some overlap as well with what OWEB is trying to do. And there's probably some basins where OWEB has activities that also is going to be one of these TMDLs. So I'm hoping that there's an opportunity here to have more interaction and collaboration so that we can, both agencies can put all of their resources to improving the water quality. So some of those high priority basins are the Coquille Subbasin, Lower Willamette, Clackamas Subbasin, Middle Willamette, Sandy Subbasin, the Southern Willamette, Powder, Burnt, and Brown Lee Subbasins, the upper Yaquina, the John Day, and the lower Deschutes, Crooked, Beaver, South Fork, and Trout Subbasins. Or those actually the last two were of the medium quality. So if this is of interest to you, that kind of rule has been published and you can find it in the last EQC meeting updates. And I will stop there. I will also say I really appreciated Meg's download. It's nice to know that there seems to be a lot of resources coming into the state for water and water infrastructure. So I'm hopeful that we can make some meaningful changes with making things more sustainable. And just to remind folks, I do need to step off, but I will be back at 10 o'clock. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see maybe a water topic coming in one of our next board meetings. Or maybe a more in-depth on all those programs. Because I took notes, Meg, and I've got everybody's name, but under your name, I've got a lot of notes. So, all right, Stephen, what do you want us to know today?
Well, good morning, everyone. I, as you all know, I think represent the Oregon State University Extension. I could talk for hours on Oregon State, but I'm going to limit my comments to three topics. The first one is, as most organizations and entities are now moving back into more normal existence, the same is true of the university, and we are slowly inching our way back to face-to-face activities and starting off with an announcement that they're going to have the graduation ceremony on June 10th, or I guess it's June 11th for Corvallis and the 12th for Bend. This is the first ceremony in 2 years, so we're hopefully that will continue forward. The face-to-face interactions, of course, are very important for students and education. It gets growingly more important for a lot of the field work that's being done, and perhaps in terms of extension, it's extremely important for face-to-face interaction, which is what extension is all about. I think most of you realize we have over 40 offices and 600 people spread across all 36 counties, and they are getting back to that most important face-to-face interaction so they can deal with the local communities on local issues and regional issues. So feel free to re-engage with those resources if you haven't been doing so. The second item is we have a new dean of the College of Agricultural Sciences and also the director of the Oregon Agricultural Experiment Station. That's Stacy Simonich. She just started in March 29th. Some of you may realize that the College of Agricultural Sciences was the founding college for Oregon State University. It's been around for 150 years. It includes many of it's a large college with multiple departments that cover many of the areas that are of interest to the board here. It has an annual sort of research budget of over $90 million and includes our departments such as fish and wildlife, chemistry, food science and technology, entomology, botany, animal and rangeland sciences, and of course agricultural sciences, amongst others. Stacy is our first, for 150 years, our first female head of the college. And she has been around at Oregon State University for 20 years, and her background is in environmental chemistry, and particularly pesticides and evaluating human and environmental exposure to pollution. So we welcome her. The last announcement is we also have a new director of the Oregon Sea Grant program. That's my old job. She is Karina Nielsen, a biology professor from San Francisco State University, also a PhD alumni of OSU. She will start that position on June 1st. And I think most of you are aware Oregon Sea Grant runs the extension offices up and down the coast from Astoria through Gold Beach, and also operates the visitor center at Hatfield. So we'll welcome her on June 1st. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, Mark, I see you have a question for Stephen.
Yeah, Stephen, any news on the filling of the president's position at OSU? Any update on that?
It's progressing. It's, of course, a complex procedure, and they had a number of listening sessions to find out what qualities we want. It goes through the trustees and so to pick search committees and that, but I haven't heard anything recent. Maybe someone else has heard. It's a long process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Kelly.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you again. I feel like everyone else, I should just give my time to Meg, quite honestly. That was such a really wonderful update on what's going on with water. And two of the things I was going to mention, she already talked about. So, so I guess just to follow up on that, yes, the Tribal Water Task Force, the tribes are engaged in that. And we are going to move forward with that. We have had one meeting. It was largely a meeting just to kind of talk about the logistics and the process moving forward. But I think we'll start getting into more of a discussion and learning across the agencies, as Meg said, a conversation between the agencies and the tribes, learning about how we manage water. And so I'm really looking forward to that moving forward, and those meetings really starting in earnest. And then with the regional water planning team, tribes are also engaged in that. I believe it was on April 20th, there was a specific meeting amongst the tribes for that regional water planning team to talk about some goals moving forward with that planning. So a lot of things water, obviously, that we're all still tracking. And then just to add on to that, one more thing. 8 of the Oregon tribes gathered in Klamath Falls on April 16th for a water healing ceremony. And it was a really great ceremony. It was wonderful to have the tribes there, really supporting one another in our movement forward with healing our waters, and working together, supporting each other, and just kind of getting together on this. So we're thinking, depending on how things move, we may be doing water healing ceremonies into the future as well. And so I'll keep you all updated on that. But it was a really great gathering, and I think very much needed. So with that, I'll keep mine short and sweet. And then if there's time at the end, Meg can add anything. Yeah, Jamie, do you have a question?
Yeah, just to follow up for Kelly, in terms of the water healing ceremonies, are those very private, or is there any way that OWEB can be not a participant but supportive of the process?
I can check in on that. It is largely the cultural resources folks from the tribes that are working together on this. But it was a very, very private ceremony that we had. But I can check in on that, and I appreciate the support.
Yeah, no, and recognizing, of course, it's a private matter, but just if there are ways to be supportive of that action so that we can be recognizing. Thanks.
Sure.
All right, thank you, Kelly. And I did see that Stephen put an update on the president's search in the chat. So you guys can take a look at that. All right, Liza Jane, what would you like us to know today?
Good morning. Thank you. I don't get out much, but I'll tell you a little bit of things I think are cool. So one of those is if any of you have seen on Netflix, I think it's something about our national parks around the world, and past President Obama is moderating that, or and what I see there is it's beautiful. It's incredible photography, great information, very intriguing, but we have a person of color representing, modeling, being out in nature and enjoying that, and wildlife. And when I see that, I just think, yes, that kind of imagery and leadership creates change. So besides, an awesome program, I think that's positive. I'm also want to share that I'm participating in a project through Women on the Land, American Farmland Trust, funded by NRCS. And I'm on the advisory board of that. And we are going to be, it's Women Ranchers for Climate Resilience. And their area is Northeast Oregon, Baker, Union, Wallowa counties. And the 6 Ranch is going to be hosting their first gathering in June on the ranch. And it's intended to be a 2-year program where we'll move around and to each county and bring women together to support each other that are working on the land, and specifically in ranching. So, and that kind of leads me to what I've heard this morning. I'm not sure if you all noticed, but there's a shift of leadership, and it's a shift in gender. I think every appointment that I heard this morning was leadership from a woman in a really strong position. And that creates change. That's a positive move for diversity, a different perspective, a different way that I'm really excited about and gives me hope. And the other thing is that all this, what I'm learning, all these projects, all this funding, all this support for incredible things in Oregon. And I'd just like to invite us all to kind of take a moment, take a breath, and consider what is happening on the ground in Oregon, from wildlife to water to, all these great restoration projects underway and moving ahead with enthusiasm. It's phenomenal. And so I just wanted to kind of ask us to take a minute and look at all the great stuff that is happening from a whole lot of people all over the state, and just hang on to that as we go forward. And lastly, we're getting snow, we're getting rain. Eagle caps are buried in the last couple of weeks. They just look like January. And although the rangelands are dry, we're dry. It's really heartwarming. So there's hope. That's my message.
Thank you, Liza Jane. I echo that astonishment of all the work happening right now. It's a little head spinning, but lots of deep breaths. Hey, Dan, I see you're on. Are you able to give us a report? There you are.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, good morning, everyone. Sorry to be joining late. Unfortunately, I had another commitment I couldn't get out of, so just came online about half an hour ago. and catching the reports from fellow board members. The two probably pertinent highlights I'll share from the USDA Forest Service, and for the record, Dan Shively, non-voting member on the OWEB board representing the USDA Forest Service's Pacific Northwest region. Two updates. One, if you didn't catch it last Friday, while President Biden was in the Northwest on Earth Day, he signed and announced a new executive order around conserving the nation's mature and old growth forests. Probably the most prominent piece that sticks out in that executive order that's more near term in nature is to complete an inventory, nationwide inventory of mature and old growth forests across the country within 1 year. And then from that, develop long-term policies and strategies around climate smart forest management activities. So more to come on that. Probably a lot of questions. We have those too internally as we begin to peel apart that executive order and better understand what that means in terms of our flow of operations and activities on National Forest System lands in the Pacific Northwest. And mind you, this is broader than National Forest System lands. It's much more inclusive than that. Secondly, we received our final budget back on April 15th, our final FY22 budget. It is layered and complex in that there are parts and component pieces of funding streams, new funding streams through the bipartisan infrastructure law. There are elements that will begin to take place for the remainder of our federal fiscal year 22, but in more earnest will take shape and grow forward beginning next fiscal year in fiscal year 23, moving forward over the 5-year time frame for that infrastructure law and the appropriations that accompany it. There are a few areas I'll point out that I think have relevance. Of course, a tremendous emphasis and interest around supporting the Forest Service Chief's National Wildfire Crisis Strategy. 2 focal investment areas named in the Pacific Northwest that are part of targeted investments to accelerate treatments fourfold on the landscape to improve the health and resilience of our forests and remove the buildup of fuels, hazardous fuels in our forests. Those 2 areas are ones outside the state of Oregon and central Washington. The one of relevance, of course, in the state of Oregon is in central Oregon, in and around the Deschutes National Forest. Is one of the 10 named focal geographies in the Western United States. We continue to work very closely with our state colleagues, in particular the Oregon Department of Forestry, around leveraging appropriations, both federal and state, to work together in shared stewardship in these landscapes to make a more concerted difference and to affect outcomes. And those outcomes are to change the landscape from one that is of high severity for wildfire risk and occurrence to that being low. And that's only going to come about through an accelerated treatment of activities, the inclusion of fire breaks in and around important communities, protecting ingress and egress routes into these communities during the course of a wildfire season. So a lot building on that front, and also tucked into the bipartisan infrastructure law are other components. I've mentioned them at previous board meetings. There's one around water source protection. It's our understanding that didn't make it into the final budget, but it will be coming forward in fiscal year 23. Opportunities to augment and supplement the work of OWEB and others to protect and safeguard our water source areas on the landscape that serve our communities, both municipal water supplies and water supplies that serve important consumptive uses, as well as supporting the natural resources that those in-stream flows provide for as well. More to come on that. And then finally, I'll point out a new feature that is part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. And it's similar for folks that are familiar with our collaborative landscape restoration program, our CFLRP program, that focuses, my best analogy in simple terms is that these are watershed councils for terrestrial systems dealing with forest management. Think of them in that frame. But what's new in the bipartisan infrastructure law coming down to the Forest Service is a new advent of collaborative aquatic landscape restorations. So focal areas that will serve the primary purpose of implementing conservation work in targeted areas for aquatic conservation. And we're in the early development of putting out a call for proposals for those in both Oregon and Washington, thinking about how to be very targeted in our approach to that, and making sure that that's complementary of other efforts already in place or underway. And we have to do that in a very mindful way, recognizing that in certain parts, certain forests in Oregon have a tremendous amount of post-fire recovery work they're still working on from the Labor Day fires of 2020, last year's fires in 2021. We did receive a significant amount of post-fire disaster recovery funding to reopen areas, large areas on forests like the Mount Hood National Forest, the Willamette, the Umpqua, the Rogue River Siskiyou, and the Fremont Wainema to the recreating public, to our own workforce for administrative access to plan and implement the kinds of projects that I spoke to earlier. So a lot of those forests that were hard hit by fire also have literally millions, if not tens of millions of dollars worth of work through that post-fire recovery disaster assistance. And their primary focus is going to be on that body of work. So we're looking at how to balance our existing capacity in certain areas in the state of Oregon on certain national forests with some of these big priorities that are coming down nationally and then regionally to specific areas. I think I'll mention one other thing. We're working pretty diligently, very closely with Eric's agency and Paul's agency, both NOAA Fisheries and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, to provide funding to help enhance capacity, both services around ESA consultation workload. We know that there's been staff turnover and shortages in capacity, and so we're doing our very best to secure fiscal resources to try to shore up some of that capacity at our sister federal agencies. That's it, Jamie.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. You mentioned the egress routes, and I've been having a lot of conversation with folks in Central Oregon over the past in the Willamette Valley, and I get a lot of questions about that. So where can people go to find that information? Because especially going into fire season, there's a lot of interest specifically on ingress egress for for wildfire safety issues.
Yeah, I'll have to follow up. We have a risk assessment manager in our regional office who deals with wildfire operations suppression planning. And I can dig up that information and make it available, Jamie. And my reference to it really was not just in the heat of the fire, the thick of the moment, if you will, during incident, while that's critical, of course, but thinking about how we plan forward as we implement on the landscape large fuel breaks to protect communities, work in and around these ingress and egress routes that are critical, so that we're setting up a landscape condition at scale, right? These are large landscapes. Think of a landscape that's 250,000 acres in size, so that those are design features on the landscape, and we're making those concerted investments in addition to treating large areas of forest that pose high risk. So it's a combination of forest treatments, wildfire breaks, in consideration of critical ingress and egress routes. And I'll follow up to try to provide that information.
Thank you. I'll just say this is, I think, a great opportunity for a lot of public input around that planning. And then also, again, just getting the information out so people are aware of it. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Dan, it looks like Mark has a question for you.
Yeah, Dan, I just want to give you a big kudo. When Martha Williams was out with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, she was very impressed with the salmon superhighway. And you had a key role in that, of getting that thing up and running. And it's just been a huge success in terms of providing fish passage for a lot of culverts. And I think if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be where we were today. And I know you're going to say, yeah, it was a whole bunch of people, but you're the one that got it going. So she was really impressed. So well done.
Thank you, Mark. Hey, these days I'll take any kudos I can get. Much appreciated. Thank you. To that note, one last update. We're continuing to see a concerted premium placed on aquatic organism passage throughout the entirety of the state of Oregon. No promises yet. We're still in development of what our legacy roads and trails portfolio might look like. Another important element of the bipartisan infrastructure law I didn't highlight this time. I think I mentioned it in the past board meeting. But what's exciting here, and I hope that we'll be able to enter into a shared stewardship agreement directly with the state of Oregon, where we've teamed up with our state counterparts to look at the federal estate, look at state priorities, figure out where these high priority investments are for AOP work, and turn the funding over to the state. Because folks, we're short on capacity, so we're looking at any and every avenue and opportunity to increase the work we're doing on the ground through our partners at the state, with tribal governments and any others that kind of fit under that shared stewardship umbrella.
All right, thank you, Dan. All right, I guess I'm up. I'll give a little Board of Ag report. Since our last meeting, the legislators did pass an agriculture overtime bill. And ODA did do an economic analysis, the impacts. So if anybody's interested in seeing that, you can reach out to me. It's going to be a phased-in process that starts in 2023. So that report's got a lot of great information on it. And let's see, the short session also passed Senate Bill 892. And it's the Oregon Disaster Assistance Program. It's for agriculture and livestock producers that were affected by the natural disasters in 2021. It's a staff of one that is working quickly to get this program up and running, and hope to see those applications out in the next, I don't know, hopefully yesterday. Sorry. So, because I know a lot of producers are really feeling the impacts of the natural disasters last summer. And then when Meg mentioned, I mean, I had to say Meg's name in my report because everybody else did. When you mentioned Lake Eggberg, it made me think about the avian flu that was detected in a bald eagle in the Pacific Flyway. Although there's no threat to humans right now, it is something that ODA is paying attention to and working with neighboring states to respond if an introduction does occur. So we're paying closely attention to that. And then that is all I have today, but I neglected to call on Lindsay. So I'm sorry. There you are.
That's okay.
So you
can take. And good morning, board. My name is Lindsay McClary, and I am a newly appointed board member. My term started in March, so this is my first full OWEB board meeting. So really great updates. Good to hear everything, and nice to see everybody in one place and faces. So I live in West Salem. I work in Grand Ronde for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde. My position is a habitat restoration ecologist and fish and wildlife policy analyst. So just wanted to pause. I do have a couple comments, but just wanted to pause and say I wanted to echo Liza Jane's Netflix series. It's really awesome. I would recommend checking it out. It's great to hear Obama narrate, and it's really cool to see other national parks in other countries. So I thought that was really cool. And then just wanted to take a quick minute to say thank you to Commissioner Labart for mentioning the shellfish MOU. That's something that the tribe was really working to build capacity toward for a long time, and it's something that's very important. So thanks for mentioning that and the shout out. Being the first time on the board, I don't have too many updates. I am on the Climate and Water Committee. I haven't been able to tune into any of the listening sessions, but I do have 2 listening sessions on my calendar for May. And then I'm also on the Grants Committee, and so I know that it's open solicitation time. So I'm eager to kind of see what some of the incoming applications will look like. And then also for that grant committee upcoming discussions, especially in June, I just wanted to disclose that I was on the Focused Investment Partnership Review Team, the technical review team. So something to mention in the June meeting when we meet for the committee and review and interview some of those FIP applicants, but that's all I have this morning. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Lindsay. Welcome. Glad to have you on board. All right, I am looking at the time. We are, oh, Meg, you have a question?
I don't actually have a question, but I'm kind of embarrassed by the shout outs. But I wanted to add one thing since I think we're okay
Yes,
time wise.
Yes.
I was really moved. I was very moved by the letter from the 9 sovereign tribes to the governor about the water vision and the tribe's participation in that. Things can get, that's a terrible pun, which would have been unintended, but I was going to say the conversation can get pretty dry when you're talking about water issues. And this letter brings the heart to the matter. And I think it's a public document. It went to the governor. If I can, I would like to make it available to April to Senator, make it available to any board members who want to look at it. If you ever think you're at risk of forgetting the why of all of this, this is a good reminder. And that's all I got. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, Meg, Barbara Boyer for the record. I would love to see a copy of that.
Okay, I'll send it to April.
Okay. Thank you. So we are ahead of schedule. Is everybody okay taking a break now, or do you want Meg to keep talking? All right, so it is 9:15, so I think we will I'm looking at the agenda. We will take a 10-minute break. Let's see, and be back here at 9:25, please.
Hello, everybody. Are we back and ready to go? All right. I'd like to just slip in a quick note that Barbara and I received from Randy Labby this morning, Labby. He asked that we please convey his thanks to the board members and staff again for the beautiful fly box, along with exciting contents that he intends to deploy in all OWEB regions. He says, you all are in my thoughts today, and I send best wishes for a productive meeting and a successful year, to include at least one quote on the ground meeting with your partners. I am finding more time in retirement to support your mission with a number of OWEB partners. Warm regards, Randy. Lucky dog. So we'll move on. Everybody's back, welcome. And we are on agenda item D with our committee updates. So we'll start with water and climate. Bruce and Jamie are the co-chairs.
Bruce is going to lead this one.
Okay.
Thanks, Liza, Jane, Jamie. The newly formed Water and Climate Committee met on March 17th, and it was a review of topics that will be addressed in the future, and more of an organizational meeting is with information presented by staff. Many of the things that Meg brought up in her report this morning were mentioned as far as forward-looking agenda items for the combined committee, Water and Climate Committee. I will note that the committee did make a very intentional decision to keep intersectionality with DEI committee topics as a standing agenda item for water and climate moving forward. And I think that was an important decision to make, and something that will keep appropriate topics at the forefront. The rest of the information going forward is in the full committee update report in the board book. And for that information, I would ask that you all take a look at it. Nothing further. Jamie, do you have any further comments? Thank you, Chair McAllister.
Well, actually, I apologize. Just a thanks to staff who've just been doing a phenomenal job of incorporating the two and bringing all things forward. We're just, as always, really very well served, and really appreciate the work of staff.
Agreed.
Thank you. The second update will be from our grants committee, Dan and Barbara.
And Dan is not here, and I'm at a disadvantage because I came in late to this meeting. So, but I think Mark gave me all kinds of tasks when I was gone in that meeting, and I haven't followed through on all those. Just kidding. But I mean, the staff did a great job with the updates in our board packet. We did talk about the wildfire recovery grants, which we will hear later today. And then the Oregon Ag Heritage Program, we did have a meeting, was it last week? Got together, and that the heavy lifting is going to start to begin on the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission. So stay tuned for that. It was very exciting. We're all excited to move forward and see what that program, how fruitful we can make it. So, and I'd have you all just kind of look at the staff reports, or the reports in our board packet. And that I will pass it to you, Liza.
Okay. And our last committee update this morning is from our DEI committee. Dan and Kelly are our co-chairs.
Thank you. So the DEI and Environmental Justice Committee met for the first time on March 3rd. And Dan and I were elected as co-chairs of that. I'll kind of go quickly through, since this is a new committee, and just hit some high points here. So the priorities that we identified within the committee were continuing outreach around the climate resolution and the Rules Advisory Committee for Division 5, and working to develop a DEI outreach strategy to help guide the agency outreach in the future. And we'll hear some more about the outreach for the climate resolution from staff, I think, tomorrow. We're going to continue the DEI training for the staff and board. We think it's quite helpful and it's been very informative. We want to ensure OWEB resources are available to all communities in Oregon. And we're also going to identify the next steps for the tribal assessment presented to the board in 2021. So a couple of things on the tribal piece. The committee recognized that the board's work with tribes logically fits within the scope of the DEI and Environmental Justice Committee, but we do want to recognize that OWEB has that government to government relationship and responsibility when working with tribes that's separate and unique from the other DEI work that we're doing. And I know this is a common theme that you all have heard from me since I started on the board, but just had that recognition there, which I think is helpful. And then outreach and engagement around the climate resolution. I think, DEI and climate go really hand in hand right now. So I think these committees are going to be dovetailing what each other are doing and in really good communication about that. And that's kind of the high points from it. You can read the full committee report. Dan, did you want to add anything to that?
Hey, thanks, Kelly. Yeah, great report and update. A lot of enthusiasm. And as Kelly mentioned, this is a new committee and it was our first meeting. Well attended by the full list of committee participants. I just want to acknowledge the really open and robust conversation we had at the front end of that meeting, where individual participants on the committee shared their thoughts and kind of their thoughts and vision around what they hope to see from this committee. And that was a very healthy discussion and exchange that formulated down to kind of the more substantive, actionable items that Kelly reviewed for the group here. But that upfront discussion and that energy, I think, really was well evidenced in our first meeting. And I know that energy is going to continue on in this committee as we move forward. That's all I'd add. Thanks, Kelly.
Great. Thank you for everyone for that good work and reports. Does anybody have other questions for any of these folks? Okay.
Man, we are cruising right along today. So April or Eric Hartstein, do we have any general public comment today? No, I'm not hearing
Sorry,
any.
I had to unmute everything. No, we don't have any.
Okay. So on our agenda, it says break, but I'm looking down at agenda item F. So Liza Jane, how would do you want to, I'm thinking that maybe we could do the 30-minute presentation and then take a break, or how does Lisa feel about that? Or I'm just trying to.
My thoughts are move ahead, and if we have an opportunity, we'll take a longer lunch.
Okay, awesome. All right, then you're up, Liza Jane.
Yes, we're at agenda item F. This is an action item, and lots of interesting information here, and we'll turn it over to Stephanie.
All right, good morning, board members. For the record, Stephanie Page, Deputy Director of OWEB. I'll start by reviewing the February 22 short session and the allocations that were made to OWEB during that session. I'll provide a quick update on the drought programs that we received in December of 2021, and then talk about plans and a time frame for hiring and onboarding of the staff to administer those programs. So starting out with the 22 legislative session, and just to review for folks from the public who might be watching and listening, Oregon has a short legislative session in even numbered years, and then a long session in odd numbered years. And then we can also have special sessions at any time, like we saw in December of 2021. So this February's short session was unusual for OWEB in that a lot of funding was allocated. Typically, agencies would expect funding allocations to come to us predominantly during regular long legislative sessions, but there was an unusual amount of funding distributed during the February short session. And one of the major funding bills, which was House Bill 5202, made several allocations to OWEB. We spent a significant amount of time leading up to and during the short session, engaging with fiscal and policy staff from the executive and legislative branches, and coordinating with other agencies and stakeholders too around those allocations. So that was a significant investment of time for us during and before the session. We were really appreciative of the engagement and collaboration, because it helped us anticipate and calculate the workload that would result to the agency to administer these allocations, and helped us identify a pathway to carry over funds at the end of the biennium. And I'll talk about that more here in a minute. So I'm going to pull up a slide that shows the allocations made to OWEB. Let's see if I can get that in presentation format. There we go. So this is a list of the allocations that were made to OWEB, and where applicable, the amount available for grants. I'm going to move all of you around so I can see the numbers. So for each of these, the slide shows the total allocation in the center column, and then the amount of funding where applicable available for grants in the right-hand column. I'm hearing a smoke alarm or an alarm go off, but I hope maybe it's somebody else's noise. Okay. So after taking out OWEB's administrative costs, the right-hand column shows the net amount available for grants. So I'm just going to start at the top of this list and work my way down. The first allocation that you see at the top there was for a staff position. That's the conservation outcome specialist, and it was established as a limited duration position. So that means that we have the position until June 30th, 2023. And we have the option to request to continue that as part of our 23 to 25 budgeting process. So this is a position that we had previously, but lost during the 21 to 23 budgeting process. So that position was reestablished. The next allocation is also for a staff position. That's the limited duration natural resource specialist to support drought programs. That's a position that we identified that we needed to help administer the drought programs that we received during the December 2021 special legislative session. And we have already been able to hire that person. And I'll talk about that a little more in the hiring update. The third item there is for post-fire recovery for 2021 wildfires. So as you know, we received allocations for 2020 post-fire recovery during the 2021 legislative session, but those grant dollars could not be used for 2021 fires. So this allocation is specifically for the fires that occurred in 2021 for post-fire recovery grants. And our administrative costs as part of this allocation included one staff position. The next allocation that you see is for water acquisitions. And you'll note those dollars are deposited into a treasury account, and that allows them to be carried over to the next biennium. One challenge that we ran into with, or that we are running into with some of the general funds appropriated previously, is that we've got to, they're kind of use it or lose it funds by the end of the biennium. And so this mechanism allows us to carry over those funds where we expect demand and projects to grow slowly over time. So you'll see a couple of sections of the legislation referenced there, and that just means that we got the allocation in one section and then received the spending authority permission to expend the dollars for this biennium. And so our administrative costs as part of this allocation included 1.5 staff positions. And then the last allocation that you see is for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. And similarly, these dollars are also appropriated into a treasury account, and we received spending authority to expend them. So that's why there are a couple sections of legislation referenced there. And our administrative costs included 2.5 staff positions for that allocation. So for the 3 allocations that included grant funding, you'll see those reflected in the 2021 to 2023 spending plan that was attached to the staff report for item F. And I'll pull the spending plan up after I've gone through the slides. But if you've got the spending plan in front of you, lines 47, 55, and 56 in the proposed amended spending plan reflect these new programs. And the amounts that you see on those lines are the net grant amounts after subtracting OWEB's approved administrative costs for those programs. So before I transition into talking about the drought programs and providing an update on those, I'll just pause and see if anyone has any questions about these allocations. See, Meg?
Thanks, Stephanie. I just wondered, with respect to the wildfire recovery grants, which I apparently were not put into an account that can be carried over, is there, what's the thinking there? Just that we won't have trouble distributing that amount of funding during the biennium or during the remainder of the biennium?
We actually, we'll talk about it a little more during the 23 to 25 budgeting process tomorrow, but yes, we do have on our preliminary list of requests for the 23 to 25 budgeting process carryover for both the 2020 and 2021 post-fire recovery grant programs.
Okay, but it just didn't, the carryover didn't happen in this particular appropriation.
Through the process. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Barbara?
So I'm intrigued with the water acquisition, section 304, 305. Is that correct? And that, so is that in addition to what we already allocate for water acquisitions?
That is an additional appropriation.
Okay, thank you. I still have more questions, but I need to formulate them. Thank you.
Of course. Okay. I'm continuing to hear, I apologize everyone, a fire alarm. So yeah, I'm not sure what to do here, but I'm just gonna keep going.
Stephanie, just so you know, I just checked and it's testing, so we're okay.
Okay, great.
I'll keep watching, and if something changes, I'll let you know if we need to evacuate.
Great. Okay. So changing gears here and providing an update on the drought programs. So just as a review, OWEB received new drought programs in the December 2021 special legislative session. We presented those to the board at the January meeting. So the numbers we presented in January represent the total allocations and in the spending plan. And since the January board meeting, we've calculated the net amounts that are available for grants after separating out OWEB's administrative costs. And so the spending plan attached to the staff report includes amended amounts for lines 49 to 54 on the spending plan, just to reflect those administrative costs being taken out. So I'm just gonna walk you through the slide here. So what you saw in the spending plan is shown in the center column of this slide. We indicated the total appropriation in the spending plan that you saw in January. The updated spending plan shows the amounts in the right-hand column, and those are the actual amounts available for grants. So we did that just to be consistent with how we would display that for other allocations. And then before we move to the action item on the spending plan and any other questions that you might have, I also wanted to provide an update on our plans to bring on all the new staff that we received, both in the December 21 special session and the February 22 short session, and our preliminary steps in rolling out some of the new programs. So we've prioritized the hiring for all the new positions that we received, and this slide shows the order in which we plan to hire and bring on the folks in those positions. So for the drought positions, and that's a total of 4 positions between the December and February short sessions, we have brought all 4 new staff on board now, and they are working on building applications for the new programs, prioritizing the Jefferson County Soil Stewardship Program and the Klamath County Livestock Watering Program first. And our plan is to launch those 2 programs in May. So that's the first set of folks that we have brought on. And then next we've got the fire position. That's one that we received in the February 22 short session. That position, I believe the recruitment announcement is currently out. May have closed this week, but we do it in a couple of steps. So that one is in process for the fire position. The Oregon Ag Heritage Program, we've got a couple recruitments pending for the positions that we received there. So that is the next one on the priority list. After we wrap up the hiring for Oregon Ag Heritage Program staffing, we'll do the hiring for the Water Acquisitions Program, and then finally the Conservation Outcomes Specialist position. So I just want to take a moment and recognize particularly a couple of our managers who are doing some heavy lifting with recruiting and hiring and onboarding in addition to the routine work that they were already doing. We wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly without their help. So just a lot of appreciation for the management team and everyone at OWEB who's helped with the hiring and onboarding. So I'm going to change gears here and see if, actually I see a couple hands before I pull up the spending plan. I'll do Kelly and then Mark.
Thanks, Stephanie. I just had a quick question on how many positions are being hired for each of these. Is it one staff or is it multiple staff for each of these?
Great question, Kelly. It varies by program. So for drought, there were 4 positions altogether that we hired. For the fire, there is 1 position. For Oregon Ag Heritage Program, 2.5 positions. And for the Water Acquisitions Program, 1.5. So we'll have 1 position split between those 2 programs. And then 1 position for conservation outcomes.
Thank you.
I think that's 9 altogether, doing the quick math in my head, that are represented on this list. Okay, Mark and then Bruce.
Thank you. This is a question for Lisa, and it's more of a worrywart comment. You remember back in the 70s, there was a commercial on TV that says, "Give it to Mikey, he'll eat anything." You remember that? Yes. And so this is kind of the same thing. Give it to OWEB, they can do it, they can do it. And I'm just, when I was looking at the staff report in our packet, and our e-packet, I'm going, man, you've got to be a little bit worried. I mean, do you make me feel comfortable that we can do all this stuff in the timeline that we have, and just more of a worrywart comment.
Thank you, Chair, Board Member Labhart. I am a worrywart too, if you want to know it. I'm nervous. This is a lot of hiring. There's a lot of money. If you remember, we've talked about it maybe a little bit previously. OWEB received its first general fund in this current biennium budget. We're somewhere over 50 million now in general fund appropriation that we're moving through the agency. So it's the first time. We'll talk a lot tomorrow around our agency request budget and what our exec team has been thinking about in terms of priorities and workload and sustainability longer term. So there's a piece of it there. The other thing, we're continuing to talk a lot about where we're at, and it's likely we won't get all of the general fund dollars out the door in this current biennium. And so really trying to keep people apprised of where we're at, and then with an eye towards requesting carry forward into the next biennium to be able to spend it, because you'll hear more when Renee talks about fire. We've had one grant cycle in the 2020 fire. And what we found was people weren't as ready as we might have anticipated them to be. So there are a lot of moving parts and pieces out there. And I'm really cognizant right now in terms of the workload on our exec team and, you know, the management staff and the structure here. And we'll talk about this more tomorrow as well. But there's a significant heavy lift going on. So
Yeah.
yes, I'm nervous.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So
All right.
Steph-
Let's see. I think Bruce, you were next.
Thanks, Stephanie. And this is similar to Board Member Labhart's comments. I noticed the carve out, the administrative carve out on the two slides totals about $2.5 million for positions and other admin costs. If memory serves, the amount that is allowed to be carved out for admin from general funds is a fixed percentage that was established some time ago. If that's correct, my question to you, Stephanie and Lisa, is that percentage still adequate for the needs of OWEB to administer these programs?
So thank you for that question. So I'm unaware of a fixed percentage for general fund in terms of overhead. OWEB has a target in our performance measure number 1 in terms of holding the admin rate down. What you see in terms of staffing is just that it's staffing for the programs. There is no additional dollars in there for the management piece of the agency right now. And so we are having those conversations with leadership around what that needs to look like going forward. Because if OWEB is continued to be looked to move, to set up new programs and move money out with the same level of oversight that we've provided, that's built the strong reputation OWEB has for being a great grantor, we have got to add to our agency infrastructure for oversight, and not just, you know, putting the grant programs together and the people moving it forward that way.
Thanks, Lisa. That helps a lot.
All right. Liza Jane.
Thank you, Stephanie. This is Liza Jane for the record, and I do not have a fire alarm behind me, but I do have a tub full of chickens, so that's my background noise. My question is ignorance, but can OWEB say no to the legislature? Is that an option ever?
So the legislature proposes and disposes. We have tried to put, you know, the cost of the staffing into all of these proposals to make sure people understand, you know, what our capacity is. The challenge is really, Liza Jane, the infrastructure piece. And when asked to do something, it's pretty hard to say no.
Okay, that's important. Thank you.
Right, Jamie.
Yeah, just to follow on that, I wholeheartedly agree with my colleagues that we need to make sure that our team is adequately gets the support needed in staffing and in admin and all those other costs that often go unseen to be able to do this work. But I will say that this work needs to be done. And the challenge that Lisa and her team are facing is the fact that the OWEB team is just so remarkable in the work they all do. And so have been rewarded for a lot of hard work with more hard work. But I will say I don't think we should push back on this because it is essentially work that needs to be done for Oregonians. So rather than take that tack, I would rather that we emphasize that we need additional resources to make sure the work gets done well and our team is supported.
Great. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. So I see something in the chat. Okay. So, and I'm happy, I've got the spending plan handy. If that would be helpful, I'm happy to pull that up. As noted in the staff report, the recommendation to the board on the action item before you is to approve the amended 21 to 23 spending plan to reflect the modifications for the drought relief and recovery grants and to reflect the 2022 legislative session general fund allocations. And staff also recommend that the board delegate authority to the executive director to distribute the legislatively directed 2021 post-wildfire recovery funds through appropriate agreements with an award date of April 4th, 2022. All
Hey,
right.
Stephanie, can I interrupt you real quick? I need to amend my response to Bruce. So OAHP does have a overhead set in statute that can be taken from it, but that is the only program. One of the staff corrected me in a quick text message, and so I want to be clear and have that correct for you all.
Thank you, Lisa. So at this time, the board would entertain a motion.
Okay, this is Mark Labhart. I'll move the board amend the OWEB's 21-23 spending plan to reflect the 2022 legislative session general fund allocations and modifications to the drought relief and recovery line items and delegate authority to the executive director to distribute the legislative directed 2021 post-fire recovery funds through the appropriate agreements with an award date of April 4, 2022.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Mark has made the motion. Jamie has seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, you see none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. That motion passes. Guess what? No way. Lunchtime?
I don't know. What do you think, Liza Jane? It's 10 o'clock. Wow, we are moving.
Yes. I think we move on with G if we're able. Eric, are we ready?
Yes, thank you, co-chairs. For the record, Eric Williams. We mentioned before maybe taking a short break, and if it's possible, if we could break for just 10 minutes, and then our panel for the open solicitation grants, which consists of the 6 RPRs and myself, will be ready to go when we come back at 10:10, if that works for the group.
It works.
Sure.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. I'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you, April. All right, everybody, it's 10:10 and we are gonna move on to agenda item G. And I really want to thank the staff for jumping in early. We're cruising right along on our agenda today. So I appreciate your flexibility and tuning in a little bit early. It's nice to see you all. So Eric, you want to take it away?
Will do. Thank you, co-chairs, members of the board. Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB. And we are here to present to you our recommendations for funding awards under the open solicitation grant offering. This is a program that we come to you twice a year for in spring and fall with recommendations for funding. And what we're going to do, as in the past, is give you an overview of the recommendations before you, focusing on key themes within each of the regions. And before we get into it, I want to introduce our panel. We'll go around the horn by region. From the North Coast, Region 1, we have Katie Duzick, Regional Program Representative. Region 2, Southwest Oregon, we have Mark Granbemmer. Region 3, the Willamette Valley, we have Liz Redon. Region 4, Central Oregon, Greg Cianella. Region 5, Eastern Oregon, Kobe Menton. And Region 6, Sue Greer, Mid-Columbia Valley. We'll get right into it here with first an overview, and then I'll have each of my colleagues here talk about some key themes from the recommended projects in their regions. And let me put the presentation up. And again, item G has a supplemental board book that you've received. It was pulled out separately because it contains all of the evaluations for the applications received under the grant offering. And so it's fairly extensive, but it includes, we think, an appropriate level of detail for each applicant so that all of the applicants that come before us with proposals have clear and detailed feedback, whether they're recommended for funding or not. And we put a lot of effort into that so that we can continually improve the work that gets done through our grantees. Further, I would like to express appreciation to all of our applicants who did put a lot of time and effort into these proposals, and also to our many reviewers. We have almost 90 technical reviewers throughout each of the 6 regions. Each team has a dozen to 15 or 16 technical representatives that help us review and evaluate all of these applications, and I'll talk about that as we go through the presentation. This slide just summarizes the requests that we received for this cycle. And remember that in every other solicitation includes monitoring. This one does not. So we have 3 grant types that came in for this solicitation: for restoration, technical assistance, and stakeholder engagement. So you can see the totals there. This is a little bit less than typical, but still a fairly robust request when you compare the applications that came in to what's available in the spending plan. And that is represented on this slide. The first column, the current spending plan balance, that includes at the beginning of the biennium, the amount that the board allocated for each of these programs. Second column has what was awarded last time. So this is the second offering of 4 in the biennium. And so the column on the right gives you what's remaining. And so you can see we're about halfway through the spending plan there. In terms of the recommendations, both in total of, in terms of the total number of applications and the dollar amounts that are recommended here, we're at just over half of the requests that came in the door. And so that gives you an idea of the competitive nature of this offering. And as a reminder of our process, this is a graphic representation of the process leading up to today's recommendations. After the applications are received, each of the regional program representatives schedule site visits for restoration projects. We did those virtually this cycle, which was helpful, by the way, in allowing more reviewers to participate in those, since obviously there were no travel costs or travel time involved. So we had great attendance at site visits. And then the regional review teams met virtually as well to discuss each application and then vote on a recommendation to the staff. Staff then takes those recommendations from the regional review teams and creates the evaluations that you see in the board book supplement, and then looks across all of the regions to create a funding line, which includes the recommendations to the board for projects to fund. And a key note there is that the funding line is drawn statewide. We do not and never have had regional allocations for these funds, but rather the regions were set up to provide an efficient way to administer the review process and then manage the grants that are funded once the board makes the awards. A note about sage-grouse projects: back in 2015, when there was a possibility of listing the bird under the Endangered Species Act, there was a lot of momentum built up in sage-grouse country to mobilize folks, landowners, organizations in those areas to develop methods and projects to protect sage-grouse habitat, to encourage survival of the species. And at that time in 2015, along with all of the many actions that our partners were doing, the OWEB board committed to funding $10 million in sage-grouse efforts over 10 years. So you'll note that we are now 7 years into that commitment and have already exceeded that total. This set of recommendations before you includes one additional sage-grouse project noted here. And there's only one this time because I'll note that we still have 2 active FIPs that are funding an awful lot of sage-grouse work. And so those projects are not reflected in this slide. And this slide summarizes the recommendations in each region. And as I mentioned before, we don't set aside regional allocations. Rather, we're trying to make sure that we're recommending the projects that will get the most watershed benefit for the dollar. However, as it turns out, if you look at the restoration columns, the numbers are fairly similar across all 6 regions. We do have a little more variation in the technical assistance and stakeholder engagement categories. And this just displays graphically the spread of the applications received. The green dots are staff recommended projects. The red ones fall below the line. And you can see a fairly broad distribution of projects across the state. And importantly, we track the metrics from project. We track them at the application stage and we report them at the project completion stage, particularly for the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund program. But we also capture upland metrics as well. And you can see here, just from this batch of 53 projects, this is the restoration metrics that will be achieved should these projects be funded. So fairly significant uplift when you look at the recommended projects in aggregate. The technical assistance project will achieve these metrics here. So again, in aggregate, covering a really significant portion of habitat with plans and assessments that will ultimately lead to restoration projects on the landscape. We've discussed quite a bit at prior meetings the impact of tribal participation in grants. And we wanted to note for you here that there are many different roles that tribes can play. They're not always the applicant, although sometimes they are. Sometimes they provide match, sometimes they're the landowner. They're often part of technical teams or partners with project applicants. And in this batch of applications that you have before you, 20% of them have tribal participation. And we wanted to dig into that a little bit deeper. And we did this the last couple of times as well to see what impact tribal participation is having on applications that come in. This one shows you that 56% of the applications we received, as I noted earlier, are recommended for funding. If you look at the subset of applications that have tribal participation, 63% of those are recommended for funding. And so you can see there's a higher success rate when tribal participation through one of those roles that I mentioned earlier is part of a project. And so we just wanted to continue providing this information for you so that we have an understanding of the landscape of tribal involvement beyond simply being a grant applicant. And at this point, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Katie Duzick, to talk a little bit about the recommendations we have for projects in Region 1 in the North Coast.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning, co-chairs and members of the board. I'm Katie Duzick, the Region 1 Program Representative, also known as the North Coast. And my colleagues and I are going to take you around the state to the different OWEB regions and introduce some of the projects that you have before you today for funding. And each of us will focus on a particular habitat or species from our region that is well represented in our project portfolios, similar to how we did it in our last open solicitation board meeting cycle. So I'm going to talk about a notorious beneficiary of North Coast projects, the Oregon Coast coho salmon. And you might wonder, why are so many people working on coho? Well, they are ESA listed, so that's important, but also they're an excellent indicator of watershed health. And typically restoration for coho salmon also benefits other aquatic species. And I'm going to talk about the strategic planning that goes into all this and how that planning work translates into restoration and technical assistance projects that you see before you today for funding. So next slide, please. First of all, I would like to extend a virtual welcome to you all to Region 1. Our region covers down south from the coastal lakes watershed, south of Florence, extends north, encompassing many coastal river watersheds along the way, wraps around the lower Columbia, and extends inland to the Scappoose Bay. We've got two significant ecoregions found in our region, the Coast Range and the nearshore. And the Coast Range is notable because it contains the highest density of stream miles in our state. So next slide, please. So those of you that have been on the board for a bit might remember the Coast Coho business plans. And I'm here to refresh your memory on those and also tell you about how they're going along today. These types of plans were originally designed to be built by local communities to help with coho recovery, working with the federal plans, but more locally driven. They're also supporting ecosystem health and local economies, and they focus on community-based projects that are developed through this science-based planning process. And one of the neat things about the original Coast Coho business plans is that they're really focused on the nuts and bolts. So you end up with a list of prioritized projects, you know how much those are going to cost, and you've got outcomes. So they really give tools to get partners going on coho restoration. And OWEB originally funded these through the governor's priority line item in our spending plan. And over there on the right, you can see the map of the 6 that were funded that way. And as this value of these plans has been realized, there's other watersheds who have been these plans using OWEB's other grant programs. So in green there, you see the Region 1 watersheds that have plans or are working on plans. The other text is down in Region 2, and my colleague Mark Grunbemmer is going to talk about coho today as well as we head down south. But I'm going to take you to some watersheds in the North Coast region where we have projects that were developed with this strategic planning process. And so next slide, please. Thank you. First, we are visiting the Nehalem River, and in your project portfolio today, recommended for funding, we have a technical assistance project that was derived from the Nehalem River Strategic Action Plan. This project here is located at the confluence of the Salmonberry River with the Nehalem. And the Lower Nehalem Watershed Council and project partners have been working on identifying priority cold water habitat within anchor habitats for coho that was sort of identified as really important in their strategic action planning process. Habitat complexity is a limiting factor for coho kind of throughout their range, but in the Nehalem, we're also dealing with severe temperature limitations during the summer months. And occasionally, they've reported temperatures as high as 25 degrees Celsius in 2018. The Salmonberry River there is almost 4 degrees Celsius cooler. And so that's providing some really important, critical life-saving temperatures for coho during the summer months. And when the river gets that warm, coho are concentrating in those cold water plumes in really high densities. And there's really little cover in our main stem rivers. And they're getting really susceptible to predation. So that's been a big problem that they've identified through the assessments and planning that's gone on as part of their coho strategic action plan. And so what they're doing here is constructing habitat complexity within the main stem, right in those key critical areas. And these projects are really complex. There's a lot of engineering that goes into this. We haven't done a lot of main stem work on the North Coast. And so these folks are getting started here with some anchor habitat work. And we hope that that will help provide some important cover for these fish in the summer months. So next slide, please. So now we are headed down to the Siuslaw River. The Siuslaw is another watershed that has a really early adopter, one of the first ones to go through this planning process. And they have a finalized plan that they've been using regularly to implement projects and strategize where they're going to work. They're also focused on habitat complexity being the main limiting factor for coho in this watershed. And they've prioritized anchor habitats in which they're going to initially focus. This project in the portfolio is identified in their strategic action plan as well, and it will treat just under 3 miles of stream reaches in the upper Deadwood Creek and lower North Fork Siuslaw with large wood structures. These areas are currently lacking sufficient wood that they need to create and maintain pools and good habitat. And they're hoping to also generate connectivity within the floodplain, which is all really important for quality winter rearing habitat. These folks have been doing helicopter projects on this ranger district, which is the Mapleton Ranger District, since 2000. So they've got 22 years of experience doing this work. And helicopter, although it's expensive, it's a preferred method of placement here. It really reduces the impact on the landscape. You don't have to punch in access roads to deliver wood with ground equipment. They also can transport whole trees, so 100 to 150 feet in length is what they're aiming for. They can transport these trees with root wads and they stay put. So that's really makes the helicopter placement the preferred alternative. So next slide, please, to visit another Siuslaw project. This is also a technical assistance project, also identified in their strategic action plan. And in this project, they're also addressing habitat complexity, but they're focused more on floodplain work. Replacing this bridge there, which is currently constricting the flow into a really simplified channel, will then allow them to use process-based restoration to restore an entire floodplain. So they're also using their strategic action plan to identify where to work and what to do. So next slide, please. So the last watershed I'll feature here on Region 1 is Tillamook Bay. And Tillamook Bay was not one of the early watersheds that received funding through the governor's priority for a coho business plan, but they have recognized the value in doing this type of planning work, and they are pursuing a technical assistance grant to begin the process. And this project is before you today for consideration for funding. The Tillamook Bay watershed has 5 rivers. They've got over 570 miles of rivers and creeks. They've got a bay supporting a thriving oyster industry and some of the best runs of salmon and steelhead in the lower 48. But they don't have a strategic action plan for coho yet. They've got a number of other valuable plans, but the partners described to me the real benefit in doing this type of planning work is that they'll be able to connect the entirety of the watershed with their planning, whereas current conservation plans in the area focus on the estuary or focus on the uplands, and the coho plan has the benefit of connecting all of those important habitats. So they're going to embark on their own strategic action planning process using the framework with a technical assistance grant. They're going to contract with the Wild Salmon Center, which is one of the original designers of this framework, and all of the partners seen here will participate as well as stakeholders in the watershed. And during this first part of the plan, they'll be able to set some goals, run some models, and really take advantage of some of the expert-driven spatial analyses that come with this type of planning framework, which I'll touch on in the next slide. So next slide, please, Eric. Thank you. So these plans are really about science-based watershed restoration planning that's then translated into a way that local implementers can use. And these plans have really important tools, some of which I want to highlight here, because these tools are really lacking in some of the rural watersheds as far as the resources that they've had available to them in the past. And so it's been a really great benefit to folks using this type of planning. It allows them to evaluate habitat, set priorities, and also narrow in on the outcomes they want. And the modeling work that goes into it can identify anchor habitats, riparian restoration priorities, potential for beaver, and older forest stands, just to name a few of the parameters. And here on the left-hand side of your screen, this is one of the cooler maps that I liked from the Nehalem plan that came out. They modeled old forest stands and where those old forest stands might benefit the river by having potential for large wood recruitment. So the forest stands that are mapped in their modeling exercise are on unstable slopes or other areas where the geology might deliver the wood to the stream. And so partners can look ahead and consider conservation easement type or acquisition type work to accomplish conservation. So maybe we don't have to be delivering wood by helicopter every 20 years someday. And on the right, we've got 11 highly ranked subwatersheds of the Siuslaw River, and those were prioritized for restoration through their planning process. And so in the Siuslaw, folks are focused on getting work done there first. So in summary, we've got a lot of work that goes into these plans, local expertise, the modeling, the ground truthing, and the planning tools have all been really critical for our partners to be more strategic in their work. And I think we'll likely hear more about coastal watersheds that are looking to also get into this planning process in the future. So thank you. And we'll turn now to Mark.
Thank you, Katie. Good morning.
Hold on, Mark, hold on. Liza Jane has a question, please.
Sorry, I got the transfer initiated just now.
Okay.
Sorry, busy.
Yeah, I'm in a meeting. But
I was in the account just now. I just want to make sure it was your first.
Thank you, Barbara. Eric, I just wanted to clarify whether we'll ask everyone questions at the end.
Yes, thanks for that, Liza Jane. I didn't mention that at the beginning. I should have. We would like to entertain questions at the end of the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Good morning, co-chairs and board members. For the record, Mark Grinbimmer, I'm the Region 2 program rep. And just as a quick orientation, the Great Southwest region includes Jackson, Josephine, Coos, Curry, Douglas counties. In that geography, there is 12 OWEB funded watershed councils and 7 soil and water conservation districts. Like Katie, I'm going to be focusing on Coho. This will be looking a little bit closer at the SONC region, which stands for Southern Oregon, Northern California, which I'll get into a little more in just a second. So the photo you're looking at is of the South Fork Little Butte Creek. It's upstream of Eagle Point in Jackson County. I'd like to thank Lance Wise with the Rogue River Watershed Council who provided the maps and photos I'll be using today. And I'd also like to thank staff member Linda Replinger for making the PowerPoint look so amazing today. So in today's presentation, I'll be highlighting project 222-2002. It's the South Fork Little Butte Creek River Mile 6.2 Ecological Restoration Project. It's brought to us by the Rogue River Watershed Council. And in this presentation, I'm going to be looking at the project through the lens of strategically improving habitat conditions for coho salmon. So next slide, please. All right, so there's actually 2 slides there. The map on the left shows the Oregon Coast Evolutionary Significant Unit, also known as an ESU, and the map on the right illustrates the Upper Rogue Coho Area Strategic Action Plan, also known as a SAP. In this SAP, it depicts the area that the project will be taking place on in Little Butte Creek. I'd like to thank Paula Willis for creating the ESU boundary map for me. Before I get into the project specific details, I want to dive a little bit deeper into the basis and importance for restoring habitat for coho. Katie did a great job, and so I apologize if there's some redundancy, but hopefully there'll be some nuggets in here for you guys as well. So there's been several significant planning efforts underway to focus on coho conservation in Oregon. These include the Oregon Coast Coho Conservation Plan, And more locally, as Katie mentioned, OWEB has partnered with the Wild Salmon Center to develop coho strategic action plans in many of the coastal basins in Oregon. One of these, which covers the upper and middle Rogue, where today's project falls in. Just as a quick orientation, so Oregon has 2 coho ESUs. There is the Oregon Coast ESU, which has 21 independent coho populations, ranging from the Nicanacum River in the north to the Sixes River near Cape Blanco in the south, and the Southern Oregon, Northern California ESU, which I'll call the SONC, which reaches from Cape Blanco to the California border, and then across the California border down much farther into that state, and there is 7 independent populations. The Oregon Coast and SONC coho are considered distinct populations from each other. Each of the areas, the coho within, have adapted to factors that drive their watersheds, such as hydrology, geology, and the climate. As I mentioned, the SONC is shared between Oregon and California. The greater part of the ESU does fall in California. Despite this, the Rogue carries the rest of the ESU on its shoulders, so to speak, and that's primarily driven by the greater freshwater habitat base, as well as a lot of the lower gradient habitat. As I mentioned, the map on the right depicts the Little Butte area as seen from their coho SAP perspective. It also depicts priority actions identified in the plan for area and those areas where those actions will have the biggest impact in benefiting coho production. So the project before you that I'm speaking of today, the 222-2002, specifically identified in the Upper Rogue Coho SAP. It was developed with partners to address the priority limiting factors and stressors and restore critical stream processes in a strategic way, focusing on the causes of those problems rather than the symptoms. I think it's always a good reminder to recognize that the recommendations from the SAP complement the board's FIP priority for coho habitat, which identifies key limiting factors and ecological threats with a focus on ecosystem functions and process. Okay, how about next slide? So this slide gives you kind of an overview of the restoration project in Little Butte Creek over the last 5 years. Multiple projects have hammered away at projects in the system that benefit coho fisheries. With the South Fork is noted for, besides being noted for coho, it's also noted for its degraded water quality, degraded steam process, aquatic and terrestrial habitats, and just other factors that are impacting the watershed health. It's like many other watersheds, has been impacted by land management, riparian forests have been reduced, livestock access has increased sedimentation and nutrient loading, and of course simplified stream channels and are the result of large wood removal. The implemented project work is going to be specifically targeting these limiting factors and issues in the watershed. And besides benefiting coho, they'll also be providing numerous benefits for other salmonids, trout species, as well as Pacific lamprey. So next slide, please. All right, after this slide, I promise we'll get away from the maps. So this is an overview of the 222-2002 project. Want to note that this project is a phase 3 of a multi-year project. The benefit of this being a phase 3 is that the next slides I'm going to show you actually show project work that's been implemented in earlier phases to help represent the changes that will be occurring on the landscape. I want to mention that the project is being done in partnership with private landowners, the Wild Salmon Center and the NOAA Restoration Center, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Pacific Corps, Forest Service, Freshwater Trust, and the Bureau of Land Management. As an overview, the project will see the reactivation of 0.76 miles of winter secondary channels, the placement of 41 large wood structures in strategic locations, the rehabilitation of 35.1 acres of riparian forest, and the facilitation of an in-stream flow transaction from irrigation water rights. So let's move a bit more into project-specific components. If I could just have the next slide. This slide shows a nearby Rogue River Watershed Council project that depicts barrier removal activities, showing both pre and post. As you can see, berries are a significant part of the landscape and represent a big impediment to restoring more natural riparian areas. The project will rehabilitate 35.1 acres. There will be two different strategies for this. One will involve basically a release and recruit, where after the berries are removed, they will allow natural regeneration, the seed bed that is existing under the berries to regenerate naturally. Another portion of the project will be converting a pasture into a riparian area, and that'll have a more traditional method where there will be planting of native nursery stock, watering the plantings, and controlling the noxious weeds. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just really quick, this slide illustrates, again, a recently completed example of how the principles of release and recruit strategy will be successfully applied by the applicant. Basically, this was a blackberry forest. This is, I believe, 2 years post-planting. What they found is that these areas where there is kind of a more mature overstory, if they can remove the berries and allow the native seed bed that's already there to restore, you get kind of a quick rebounding of things like mock orange, snowberry, crabapple. I believe this is 2 growing seasons after the berry removal. So it's been a result of careful observation and testing, but it seems to be working very well in areas where it's appropriate. Next slide, please. Side channel restoration. So loss of floodplain connectivity and critical side channel habitats greatly impacted the ability of salmon to, especially juveniles, to overwinter. Slide shows an example of a similar project where they reactivated a side channel. It is a critical habitat, and the opportunities to restore it in Little Butte are few, and so being able to take advantage of it with a landowner is a real win. So in this current project, it'll restore a little over 4,000 linear feet of winter side channel, and which will provide a big benefit to salmonids for sure. So next slide, please. In-stream restoration, it's something we're all fairly familiar with. This slide also depicts a nearby project where there's been large placement. They're going to place 41 large structures in strategic areas, including in main stem and in the secondary channels. These will really help support improvements to the water quality and stream processes, providing much needed critical aquatic and terrestrial habitat. Next slide, please. Improving stream flows is huge in Little Butte Creek, and we all know that, especially with the current drought situation. Under this project, there will be an in-stream transfer of 0.55 cubic feet of a secondary water right that's been used for irrigation and livestock. It has a 1907 water right, which is fairly old. There will also see the conversion of a push-up dam and flood irrigation to a pressurized system. So win-win for sure. And last slide, please. So just in wrap up, South Fork Little Butte Creek's important priority subbasin in the Rogue River. The Watershed Council's COHO strategic action plan helps guide their comprehensive restoration approaches to address the limiting factors and stressors in the watershed in a prioritized manner. The Rogue River Watershed Council and partners have been implementing ecological restoration projects over 5 years in this area. They build on earlier efforts. Their approach has built a wealth of trust and support within the community. And the Rogue River Watershed Council and their partners are looking forward to wholeheartedly being committed to this long-term effort. So with that, I will turn it over to Liz.
Good morning. Good to see you all. For the record, my name is Liz Redon, and I'm the Regional Program Representative covering Region 3, which is the Willamette. Last time, you may have remembered that I focused on oak habitat in the Willamette, and this time I'm shifting to another priority for our region, which is salmon and steelhead. The Willamette River is the largest tributary of the Columbia River, and a number of documents indicate the Willamette historically had rich and abundant populations of Chinook salmon and steelhead. I was curious to learn exactly what that means, so I searched around to find the earliest description or estimates to get an idea of the scale of these abundant fish populations in the Willamette. The earliest reference I found is from Charles Wilkes in his 1845 Narrative of the United States Exploring Expedition. He estimated the fishery at Willamette Falls could yield up to many 800 barrels of salmon. Fortunately, for those of you who like me who can't quite picture what that might be, I kept digging around a little bit and I found a helpful document that extrapolated some fish numbers based on an 1898 report from the US Bureau of Fisheries called Notes of the Fisheries of the Pacific Coast. From that document, I found an estimated 275,000 Chinook salmon and 220,000 steelhead may have passed the Willamette Falls annually. Then I went over to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife website, and I found, sorry, there's my phone. I found estimates of fish passing for 2021. And what I found is that for spring Chinook salmon, there were 30,025 salmon that passed Willamette Falls, and only 2,066 for steelhead. So let's just pause for a moment on that. And before, there was 220,000 steelhead passing, and now only 2,066 steelhead. Striking change in numbers. Upper Willamette River steelhead and Chinook salmon were listed on the Endangered Species Act list as threatened in 1999, which is incidentally the same year that OWEB was established as a state agency. Since then, planning efforts, including critical habitat designations, biological opinions, and recovery plans were created that described limiting factors for salmon and steelhead in the Willamette, and also provided recommendations on how to do restoration to recover those populations. Those limiting factors remain today. These include degraded habitat and water quality from a diversity of land uses such as urbanization, farming, gravel mining, and timber. There's also impacts from hatchery fish and predators on the wild fish populations. And then dams are blocking approximately 70% of the historic habitat. And finally, climate change directly affects fish through increased stream temperature that leads to mortality from heat stress, changes in fish growth rates, and reduced disease resistance. Indirectly, climate change can affect precipitation, stream flow, and water temperature, which can shift the seasonal timing of important life history events, such as adult migration, spawn timing, fry emergence timing, and juvenile migration. This can connect the fish life cycle with its food source cycles. Next slide, please. When looking at the OWEB Region 3 boundaries, typically when we think of salmon and steelhead, basins like the McKenzie, the Santiam, the Clackamas, and the Sandy really come to mind. And considerable effort has been made to restore fish habitat in these basins that have led to very encouraging results. So for example, after restoring stream and floodplain processes and functions on Dare Creek in the McKenzie watershed, biologists observed spring Chinook salmon spawning in 2017, which was the first documented spawning since 1993. Stories of progress like this are very exciting, but the scale of the challenges to recover salmon and steelhead in the Willamette remain big. Those Willamette Fall fish counts indicate that we need to look beyond these tributaries on the east side of the Willamette, and that due to the limited opportunities in the Willamette Basin, reviewers often note that providing access to quality cold water habitat wherever possible is critical for continued survival of Willamette anadromous fish species. Next slide, please. There are opportunities in the tributaries on the west side of the Willamette to restore important habitat for anadromous fish, especially for steelhead. Just like the east side tributaries, there has been considerable strategic restoration work completed in tributaries on the west side of the Willamette to restore habitat connectivity and quality for anadromous fish. Several projects recommended for funding before you today provide opportunity to build on these previous investments and restore important fish habitat on the west side of the Willamette. Tributaries including the Long Tom, Lucky Mute, and Tualatin are where those projects are located. Next slide, please. So let's start out with Ferguson Creek floodplain oak savanna restoration by the Long Tom Watershed Council. The proposed project will restore ecosystem processes, water quality, and habitat by reconnecting Ferguson Creek to its historic floodplain channels, installing beaver dam analogs, and restoring native plant communities. This will improve in-stream habitat and slow water down to provide a velocity refuge for native fish. And the increase in shade and water storage will protect summer stream temperatures and sustain flows. Next slide, please. The proposed restoration builds on work already completed on the same property, which included enhancing 20 acres of riparian vegetation, installing 18 log jams to restore stream conditions, and replacing a fish barrier. And you can see from the map how this work fits into a broader strategy for Ferguson Creek subbasin. The project site is outlined in red, and then the red symbols and the green highlights are completed work in Ferguson Creek. And this included removing all 13 priority fish passage barrier culverts, enhancing 60 acres of riparian vegetation along 10 stream miles, and improving in-stream habitat along 6 stream miles. Next slide, please. So we're going to move over to connecting the corridor and Maxfield Creek anchor habitat. The Watershed Council used information from a rapid bioassessment and a net map analysis to identify projects in the Lucky Mute watershed with the greatest potential to contribute to salmonid recovery. The map here shows results from this prioritization, and you can see green check marks of the completed work. And then the orange line noted as number 3 ranking is the current project. The proposed work will address current and future in-stream largewood deficiencies, which will result in immediate and long-term benefits for steelhead and lamprey habitats. Placing large wood in structures will encourage the floodplain to interact with the stream, develop complex off-channel habitat, and sort and store spawning gravels that will support winter steelhead and adult lamprey. Greater connectivity between the channel and its floodplain will encourage groundwater storage and hyporheic flow, which is the flow of water below and beside that open stream bed area. Restoring riparian vegetation and encouraging gravels to accumulate will reduce the solar exposure directly to stream channel bedrock. This will positively impact summer flow and temperature conditions and make Maxfield Creek more resilient to climate change impacts. Next slide, please. Again, like the previous project, the proposed work builds on over a decade of strategic investments in the Maxfield subbasin that includes replacing culverts, realigning the roads out of riparian areas, placing large wood and stream, restoring riparian vegetation, and temperature monitoring. The map puts the proposed work, which is noted by the star asterisks in the map, within the context of a previous completed restoration, and it shows how restoration actions will be physically connected along Maxfield Creek corridor. Next slide, please. Finally, we're at Balm Grove Dam, which is by the Tualatin Watershed Council. The proposed restoration actions will improve watershed processes and functions and provide habitat benefits to native fish. Removing the dam and placing largewood structures will reconnect Gales Creek with its floodplain. And then also the natural processes of sediment and wood transport downstream will be restored, which is important for creating those fish habitat features in the stream. Next slide, please. The greatest benefit from this project, though, is habitat connectivity for native fish. This map describes the extent of habitat that will be made available to various native fish populations after Balm Grove Dam is removed. And of special note is in red is the amount of habitat of close to 29 stream miles that will be open for winter steelhead. Next slide, please. And in closing, I just wanted to note some commonalities among these projects. All of these projects were selected and prioritized using scientific planning tools to ensure restoration investments are targeting projects with the greatest potential for contributing to anadromous fish recovery. These projects are also part of long-term strategies for the applicants, and they are tracking progress on those strategies and adaptively managing those strategies. And finally, these projects implement the recommendation you see here in front of you from the recovery plan for Willamette salmon and steelhead. Protecting and conserving natural ecological processes that support the viability of wild salmon and steelhead populations will build the habitat resilience needed to support these species through climate change. Thanks for your time, and I'll pass it to Greg in Region 4.
Thank you, Liz. Good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Greg Cianella. I'm the Regional Program Representative for Region 4, the Central Oregon region. And before you today are 6 restoration proposals and one stakeholder engagement proposal for funding. Those are depicted on the map here in by green dots. I threw up some stats of the watershed just to kind of help orient you for the Region 4 region. It's a relatively vast and diverse region, which honestly makes my job a lot of fun. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk about the Trout Creek watershed, and I chose this photo not because of the lush riparian area that you see at the forefront of the picture, but I want you to focus on all the trees outside of the floodplain. Those are all Western juniper trees, and 98% of those trees should not be there. In fact, historically, this would have been sage steppe habitat, dominated in bunch grasses, forbs, and intermittent shrubs. But over the last 150 years, this native species has significantly outgrown its natural range and completely turned ecosystems upside down, converting these sage steppe habitats to more woodland habitats. And so we're going to talk about a project that is proposed on Little Trout Creek in the upper basin. That's going to be a landscape scale habitat enhancement project focusing on juniper removal. Next slide, please. But first, let's have some context. The Trout Creek watershed, Trout Creek flows into the Deschutes River below the Round Butte and Pelton Dam complex. It is listed critical habitat for mid-Columbia steelhead. In fact, Trout Creek is the biggest producer of this fish in the Deschutes River Basin. It's a relatively diverse basin. At the mouth, there's about 12 inches of precipitation, and in the headwaters in the Ochco Mountains is about 28 inches of precipitation. Of note too, also this watershed is 88% privately owned, which I think is important to consider when we talk about volunteer conservation. But perhaps the more unique portion of this watershed is the partnerships. Back in 1998, the Jefferson County Soil and Water Conservation District was approached by the Bonneville Power Administration to enter into a contract to kickstart voluntary restoration to benefit mid-Columbia steelhead. And they've been in contract with BPA ever since. Concurrently, the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife started their Trout Creek program. And both of these entities have been working ever since restoring habitat to benefit salmon and steelhead. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through a couple maps. First, this is the lower Trout Creek watershed, and I certainly do not expect you to read all the callouts to that map on the left-hand side. But this just denotes all the work that's been done on Trout Creek over the last 20 plus years. Areas have been enrolled in CREP, push-up dams have been removed, irrigation efficiencies have been installed, riparian exclosures have been put in. But I want you to focus in on that green polygon in the eastern part of that map. That is the project footprint for the Little Trout Creek watershed that we're going to talk about in just a little bit. And the photo points here are of a channel reconstruction project that OWEB partially funded. This is the Little Trout Creek right before it enters the main stem Trout Creek. And while the June 2021 photo looks pretty raw, we certainly have confidence that will change. Next slide, please. And we have that confidence because the partners have been working in this basin for so long, and we have the luxury of utilizing some of their photo points in this presentation today. So this is the Nye Ranch. This is just below where Little Trout Creek hits Trout Creek, and you can see the significant amount of change due to in-stream and floodplain habitat restoration that's been on the site. I think it's also worth mentioning is that the Nyes are a family that own quite a bit of land in the Trout Creek watershed, and they're also participating in some of the upland habitat projects that we're going to talk about here in just a minute. Next slide, please. So moving on to the upper basin, you continue to see those call outs along the stream corridor on Trout Creek, but really what I want you to focus in on are those larger colored polygons outside of Trout Creek, the purple ones and the blue ones. Those are ongoing upland habitat enhancement projects that are landscape scale on private land, primarily with the goal of removing juniper. And a couple of these projects you can see on the right-hand side are the one on Beaver Creek and then Calf Gulch, just some photos of showing the current snapshot of what these sites look like now. I think it's important to talk a little bit about the effort that the partners have done in this basin since 1998. because they've spent so much time focusing on salmon and steelhead restoration. But over the last few years, they've really started to broaden their horizons, look outside of the floodplain, and have that ridgetop to ridgetop approach to restoration. And luckily, these folks have made lasting relationships with private landowners. And so they are able to leverage those relationships to move into the uplands to do some meaningful work on a landscape scale. Next slide, please. Okay, so finally we're at the project before you today for funding. This is the Upper Little Trout Creek drainage. This is the headwaters of Little Trout Creek. And our partners are proposing a little over 1,700 acres of contiguous treatment. This treatment will consume juniper removal on all 1,700 acres. And each of those colored polygons denotes site-specific treatment plans. And there's a fair amount of information that go into those site-specific treatment plans. So our partners consider juniper density, they consider understory vegetation characterization and health, they consider soils, slopes, and aspect. So all those parameters are then considered when they develop treatment plans to actually remove the juniper and restore the sage steppe habitat. This is important because this area is summer range for mule deer, elk, ground nesting birds utilize this area for habitat in addition to a myriad of other mammals and bird species. Next slide, please. So these are a couple representative photos of the site. I chose these two photos for a couple reasons. I think they give you a good representation of what it looks like currently. And you'll see phase 1 juniper, you'll see phase 2 juniper. So phase 1 juniper are very intermittent trees, usually about 20 to 30 years old. And that's phase 1 is characterized by having a healthy understory of bunch grasses, forbs, and sagebrush. Phase 2 juniper is a little bit more trees per acre. The bunch grasses and forbs are still a pretty good component of the understory, but the shrubs are kind of at that tipping point where they're starting to peter out because of the woodlands encroaching. And so I think this photo is really neat too, because in 1996, there was a wildfire that came through here. The fire burned had a mosaic pattern to its burn, as you can see kind of throughout the picture, especially on the top photo in the background. You can see patches of trees and patches of openness. And so those patches where the wildfire burned, actually we're starting to see that phase 1 regeneration of juniper. And so now is the time to go in there and remove these smaller trees. It's economical, and the habitat for the understory vegetation of which the wildlife depend upon is still in good condition. And so because of these wildfires, the partners have been able to learn and understand how to approach treatment on a landscape scale. I think it's also worth mentioning too is that the 2 landowners that are participating in this project, who own all the property that this project will occur on, are members of the Ashwood and Ashwood, I can't remember the other name, but they're the local RFPA, which is the Rural Fire Protection Agency. This is outside of the Department of Forestry's jurisdiction. And so a large part of being able to maintain these investments over time will be to apply prescribed fire on landscape, of which the 2 landowners, along with the RFPA fire boss, will implement those prescribed fires. Next slide, please. And this just kind of denotes some of the tools that are used to remove the juniper off the site and then apply prescribed fire. So this is a pretty slick little tree shear that's been attached to a skid steer. It can cut up to 18-inch DBH of a juniper tree, which in the range setting that's a pretty big DBH for range juniper that's growing on the landscape. The cutting is done in the winter months when plants are dormant and soils are either frozen or pretty firm to minimize disturbance. Then we talked about that prescribed fire being the long-term maintenance piece to control and maintain these properties. And so the access and entry for prescribed fire really depends upon the site-specific characteristics of the site. And so those phase 1 juniper stands where trees are much more intermittent and the understory vegetation is still relatively intact. Prescribed fire will come into that 1 to 3 year interval. And those more densely wooded areas where, we're still hoping that we'll get some vigor from the removal of the trees and you get more precipitation and more sunlight, prescribed fire will come into that 4 to 6 year range to allow for that understory vegetation to get a little bit more robust before putting fire on the landscape. And of course, those ranges are provided because burn windows can come and go pretty quick, and the conditions of the site are really what's driving the access and entry for prescribed fire. Next slide, please. So I really can't thank our partners enough. The Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Jefferson SWCD, they have done a remarkable job in Trout Creek. It is one of the coolest things to see these groups progress, and that photo point that I showed earlier is one of many these folks have. And it's been really neat to see all the conservation they've done along Trout Creek and along its tributaries. And now they're branching into the uplands to focus on more of these landscape scale projects benefiting upland processes. And so it's been really neat to see. And I would like to also mention that these upland habitat projects are also receiving funding from NRCS. They have a conservation implementation strategy to remove juniper in the Trout Creek watershed. So that's been a big part for landowners. They can marry the NRCS and the OWEB funding, and it really is a good partnership and benefits the landowner and gets a lot of good work done on the landscape. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Kobe Menton. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Board co-chairs, board members, for the record, I am Kobe Menton, OWEB's Region 5 program representative. Today, I'll be talking about the Lostine River in Wallowa County, fish passage restoration at irrigation diversions, and partner contributions to this passage effort over the past 2.5 decades. All photos in this presentation are from the Nez Perce Tribe Fisheries staff working out of the Joseph Field office here in Wallowa County. Next slide, please. The first map is of the 6 OWEB regions in Oregon. Region 5, OWEB's East Region, is on the left side of the first map and includes Baker, Union, Wallowa, Malheur, and Harney counties. Wallowa County is in the far northeast corner of the region. The second map is from Wallowa Atlas, a strategic action plan to restore Chinook, steelhead, and bull trout habitats in Wallowa County. The geography outlined in green is the lower Lostine River, and a high priority for fish passage restoration in Wallowa County. Next slide, please. Chinook salmon, steelhead, and bull trout, as well as reintroduced coho and lamprey, reside in the Lostine River. Passage restoration has been a priority focus in the lower Lostine River since the mid-1990s. There are 12 irrigation diversions on the lower 10 miles of the river, and 6 of these have been rebuilt to meet fish passage criteria over the past 25 years. Next slide, please. Restoration partners. Fish passage projects in the Lostine are implemented with a variety of engaged partners, including private landowners and fisheries managers, local, state, and federal agencies, tribes, and fisheries conservation organizations. Partners include, but are not limited to, starting with practitioners, the Nez Perce Tribe, the Grand Ronde Model Watershed, the Freshwater Trust, and Trout Unlimited, Wallowa SWCD, and the Natural Resources Conservation Service. Funding partners over this time include OWEB, Bonneville Power Administration, ODF&W, and back in the 90s, the primary funding source was Bureau of Reclamation. Critical partners are the landowners, permitting agencies, construction contractors, and design consultants. Next slide, please. This photo has been used in many presentations to demonstrate how low flow can get in the Lostine River during the middle and latter part of irrigation season. Flow in the Lostine drops significantly due to exhausted snowpack near the end of July and remains low into the fall months when fall rains increase flow and irrigation season ends. This drop in flow corresponds with the increased irrigation need during the driest summer months. Efforts to improve passage in past years include farmer coordinated irrigation stoppage over several days, which increases river flow when Chinook need to reach spawning grounds above the irrigation influenced reach. The Nez Perce tribe has also implemented Chinook trap and haul efforts to transport adult Chinook above this reach and to their spawning grounds. Please keep this photo in mind as it is relevant to the upcoming slide. Next slide, please. This mean daily flow hydrograph is from a stream flow gauge located near the dry channel photo from the previous slide. Since the early 2000s, the Freshwater Trust, and now Trout Unlimited, lease late season irrigation water from farmers in the upper part of the irrigation influenced reach. This minimum flow agreement incentivizes farmers to leave water in the Lostine River from late July through the latter part of September. In recent years, this monetary incentive has been increased by providing additional payment for flow over 15 CFS. We can see from the hydrograph that during the irrigation season of 2020, flow above 15 CFS was maintained during the latter part of the irrigation season. Next slide, please. This photo of the Poley Allen diversion demonstrates a passage barrier during late summer low flow conditions. Checkboard slots provide the management opportunity to completely block passage. The concrete channel spanning apron does not provide for sufficient flow depth, and jump height across the structure is greater than 6 inches. Critical to this work is to build diversions that address passage criteria for bull trout, the fish that requires the lowest jump height of 6 inches or less, and a maximum flow velocity of 2 feet per second. Also critical to the design is to provide the irrigators the ability to divert their legal irrigation water right. Next slide, please. Prior to 1995, several diversions used gravel push-up dams to supply irrigation ditches, as seen in the left photo. These diversions were rebuilt annually, degraded water quality and habitat conditions, and often were a complete passage barrier. In the mid to late 1990s, 4 of the 12 diversions were rebuilt with channel-spanning concrete structures, as seen in the middle photo. Over time, these structures degrade due to river cobble transport breaking the concrete, and high flows tend to scour below the structure, leading to jump heights and flow velocities that preclude fish passage. Over the past 10 years, 3 diversions have been modified with roughened channels to improve passage, as seen in the photo on the right. These structures, built with large rock and natural channel substrate material, provide appropriate passage conditions for all aquatic species, allow for natural sediment transport processes, eliminate the need for farmers to install checkboards, and at this time appear to have greater longevity than prior diversion methods. Next slide, please. Critical to informing and prioritizing this work since 2008 is the ongoing Nez Perce Tribe Lostine Spring Chinook telemetry study. Adult Chinook are trapped at the Nez Perce Tribe Fish Weir at Lostine River Mile 1, radio tagged, released, and tracked as they migrate to their spawning grounds. Stationary telemetry sites are installed at several irrigation diversions that record each tagged fish's time needed to pass through the diversion. This empirical data demonstrates where Chinook passage is delayed, the magnitude of delay, and the data is used to prioritize passage restoration work. Not only does this work inform needed work, but provides feedback on restoration results. This study directly informed passage restoration work at the Tully Hill, City of Lostine, Sheep Ridge, and now the Poley Allen diversion structures. Next slide, please. Before the board for consideration today is the Poley Allen Fish Passage Project submitted by the Nez Perce Tribe. If approved, this project will improve aquatic organism passage at one irrigation diversion structure by converting a channel-spanning concrete diversion to a roughened channel and achieve fish passage criteria as currently applied. This work will improve access to 10 miles of the Lostine River above the diversion, and this includes spawning grounds immediately above the irrigation influenced reach. In addition to restored passage, the project will improve 0.13 miles of in-stream habitat in the project area by installing 20 large wood habitat structures in an adjacent side channel and plant native vegetation on 0.8 riparian acres. Thank you for listening. And now I'll turn this presentation over to Sue Greer in Region 6.
Thank you, Kobe. For the record, my name is Sue Greer, representing the OWEB for the Mid-Columbia region, which covers the Umatilla and the John Day basins. My talk today focuses on connecting the disconnected in a natural resource world. In these current times, it is not unusual to have several 100-year flood events in a couple of years due to climate change. In these current times, it's not, fortunately, a lot of restoration is being done to reconnect the floodplains, build back sinuosity to the rivers to help mitigate the impacts of these catastrophic weather events. The background photo I have up now is of the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs forest property on the Middle Fork John Day River, where they are removing an old railroad grade, building back channels into the floodplain and away from the constricting roadway on the far left. Next slide, please. A major component of disconnection involves a history of building roads and railroads. Historically, wildlife trails became trails used by Native Americans, pioneers, and ultimately then becoming wagon roads, county roads, and then highways. Road building has, in many instances, dramatically changed the flow pattern across the landscape. Areas adjoining the roads that were formerly wet riparian areas, wet meadows, small streams have since dried up. Where water continues to flow, its erosive forces, both velocity and volume, has increased and become more destructive. Starting in the late 1800s with the expansion of railroads westward, lines were built in river drainages to cross mountain ranges and take advantage of gentler terrain. And these railroads resulted in some of the same consequences and impacts as the roads that were being built. The berms, levees, sugar dikes, originally designed to protect the railroad infrastructure, instead changed the stream's trajectory, increased the erosive forces, disconnected the floodplains, resulting in riparian vegetation dying off and flood events becoming even more destructive. Next slide, please. Fortunately, in Region 6 over the years, I've seen a lot of restoration being done to reconnect those floodplains, move roads off the stream banks, and efforts made to add resiliency back into stream functions. These photos are a great example of the work done by the Umatilla tribes on Meacham Creek. Back when the Union Pacific Railroad built a line on the left side of the valley, which you can see in the photo on the left, and also a maintenance road, they moved the creek to the far right side of the valley and built levees and berms to hold it there. Work has been done in a phased approach to remove those constrictions, reconnect the floodplains and natural wetlands, and let the river just do its work. These photos show Meacham Creek during 2 different flood events, spreading out, creating complexity, dispersing the energy, all without damaging the rail line. Next slide, please. Now to segue into the 2 applications I'm going to talk to you today. They also deal with disconnection, flood impacts from legacy roads and berms, and restoration opportunities realized. Both of these projects were submitted by the Walla Walla Basin Watershed Council in the Umatilla Basin, and they came about following a destructive 100-year flood event in February 2020, which was then followed by another flood event in the following April. A lot of damage occurred in an area where the council had already done significant water quality monitoring, stream habitat inventory work, and an assessment of springs. The North Fork Walla Walla River, upstream of the town of Milton Freewater, is home to not only ESA-listed steelhead and bull trout, but also spring chinook, red band trout, lamprey, freshwater mussels, and mountain whitefish. Landowners then contacted the Watershed Council, concerned with the significant changes to the river, riparian area, and floodplain, as you can see from the photo on the right. Emergency levees were built to protect the road infrastructure in the short term, as you can see the photos on the left, but the landowners realized that these traditional methods had not been successful in the long run and potentially just made the problem worse. Technical Assistance Application 222-6011, North Fork Walla Walla River Mile 4 through 8 restoration design, is the first phase to design in-stream riparian and floodplain restoration projects along the first of a 4-mile reach on private land on the North Fork Walla Walla River. Next slide, please. Conceptual designs such as these were used to engage the landowners in possible restoration techniques that would work with the river and help the valley bottom withstand serious future flood events. The fact that the old berms and levees did more harm than good helped to convince the landowners that riparian planting, reconnecting side channels, placing large wood could result in a beneficial actions. Utilizing both existing LiDAR and drone flights helped identify the elevations in the initial design creation. Next slide, please. The second application that I'm talking about today is 222-6000, the North Fork Walla Walla River Base Flow Spring Protection. And it focuses on the main theme of my talk, disconnection. This restoration project is along the same 4 miles of the North Fork Walla Walla River discussed in the previous TA, but focuses on the hill slope side of the road, and once restored will enhance all future restoration by improving both the quantity and quality of spring inputs to the river. Next slide, please. Previously, the Watershed Council had completed a spring inventory that showed in those 4 miles there were over 14 springs that were disconnected from the main stem river by the road. The data gathered from those spring inventories included measuring the temperatures of each spring source and also the estimating the flow from each specific location. It also identified those springs that were degraded by livestock that would need additional protection. The 3 sedge spring complex noted in the middle of the imagery up on your screen, the Blackberry Spring, Blue Lagoon Spring, and Bedrock Bump Spring sites will be protected by building buck and pole fences or strategically downstream trees around the spring sources. Next slide, please. The 14 springs varied in flow and most ran down the road, gaining in temperature and diminished quality by picking up sediment before finding a place to join the river. A couple of the springs were completely disconnected and had created small impoundments along the toe slopes of the hillside, creating solar sinks of higher temperatures and resulting algae blooms, as you can see with the Blue Lagoon Spring, and there was another one, I think, on that also was doing that. Next slide, please. 12 of the spring road crossings will be resolved by installing porous rock mattresses. This allows the springs to go subsurface under the road, helping to reduce the temperature and sediment prior to entering main stem North Fork Walla Walla River. Springs that are located close together will be combined into one source, maximizing the river inputs. And finally, the 2 springs that have enough flow warranting and installing a bottomless pipe arch culvert with fish habitat incorporated not only into the stream channel within the culvert, but will be considered when the restoration in stream on the main stem is done to make sure it connects for future refugia for aquatic organisms. This first phase could be perceived as low-hanging fruit in the world of restoration, but this effort demonstrates an action that's often overlooked in restoration concepts and will have significant impacts to river temperatures and flow, especially as climate change impacts the regime, precip regimes, and flow quality of our rivers. Next slide, please. The benefits realized by these two applications are not only the improvements to the habitat within the scope of the project, but will also improve fish habitat to access over 8 miles of prime habitat in the headwaters of the Umatilla National Forest, shown in this final slide. And with that, I will turn it back to Eric Williams.
All right, thank you very much, Sue, and all of the RPRs. It's always a welcome challenge for us to try to describe 100 recommended project applications to you, or rather 100 applications received and over 50 recommended projects. And I think what you saw there was a really great way to demonstrate one of our evaluation criteria that's in our rules, which is around showing the watershed context for an individual project, because you don't always know the whole story by looking at an individual project site without knowing what's going on in the rest of the watershed. And thank you to the RPRs for demonstrating that so well. And I'll also echo Mark's thanks to Linda Replinger, who is one of our new staff members at OWEB. And boy, if we can keep recruiting talent like that, we're going to be in great shape. This presentation is just one small thing that she does, but it's a good window into her ability to communicate and the talent that she has. And so we're so fortunate to have her on board as well. And I saw that looking at the time, and I'll leave this to the co-chairs, if you'd like, we could have a lunch break and take questions then, or we're happy to take questions now, whatever your preference is.
So I'm thinking to keep our questions and deliberation more, fluent instead of breaking it up into pieces. Liza Jane, do you think about taking maybe a 45-minute lunch and coming back at 12:15? How does that sound?
That sounds good. However, I have a lunch work assignment for the board members. Everybody come back with a question or a comment, just at least one. And we look forward to seeing you in 45 minutes.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Lisa, are you still on by any chance?
Yes, sir, I am.
So I've got a call with Debbie Colbert, the Deputy Director of ODF&W at 12:10. We figured that we were going to take a 12 to 1 lunch break. So I may not be on for just a little bit.
Okay.
So just wanted to let you know. Okay.
Yep. Thank you for that, Mark. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Hey, Mark, but you still have to come back with a question.
I will.
April, it's still recording. You might want to pause it for the lunch break.
Barbara or Liza Jane, can you remind me of when we're coming back?
12:15.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Liza Jane,
Yes, sir.
two things. First off, when is the going from sixes to
Yes.
Minam? Is that a raftable stretch of river?
Not far from here. So I think what people usually do is they put in at Wallowa Gun Club and
Yeah.
then float down to the Minam. Yes.
Well, I was thinking of Minam to Troy, and then
Yes.
looking at it, I thought, well, maybe depending upon the length of time, it might be fun to start further up on the Wallowa and just go on through Minam and or right on down to Troy.
Yes.
So you just have to keep me posted on water levels and when it makes sense. I'm thinking
Okay.
maybe mid-June, or is that too late?
It's probably not too late with the amount of snow we're getting right now, but I will check in with those who do that often and make sure that you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
And secondly, what kind of chicks are we looking at down below you? Are they okay? What strains of chicken do you have there?
These are copper dominants, and
Wow.
they are very close to flying the trough. And I'm getting ready to put them outside. So I keep expecting one to go flying by my back of my head.
We're all looking forward to that. Every one of us.
Yeah, I won't scream.
Attack chickens. I like
Right?
it.
I know. Fire alarm, attack chickens. I don't know. Yeah. Never a dull moment. I had did a rescue on a kestrel this weekend.
What beautiful birds.
What a beautiful bird. Yes.
And what amazes me, I've only done it once. It was with a larger hawk back in Ohio, and I saw it, and I happened to have a softball glove in my car, so I was able to put how light they are.
Yeah.
They're just so incredibly light.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's true. Yeah. Yeah.
So is it going to be okay?
I think so. I had
Good.
it transported to Blue Mountain Wildlife in Pendleton yesterday. So I haven't heard a report yet, but I'm hoping.
Good for you. There's some good in your bucket.
Yeah. Hope so. Thinking of your baseball glove, I was called to rescue a bald eagle one time, but they told me it was a hawk. So I took a little towel that I was going to throw over it.
Yeah.
Which is,
Yeah.
I climbed through the fence and it took off up the hill. It had lead poisoning, so it couldn't fly. And so I only had the towel, so I went for the one dive. I got it in my arms, and then I had to get back through the fence with this big bald eagle in my arms, and then it had pooped on the way, and I thought, I don't want that in the back seat of my truck. So I just stood by the road at 4 a.m., thinking somebody will show up. And it was the bird researcher for the TNC who drove by that I waved at. She thought that was perfectly normal to see somebody with a eagle wrapped in a towel on the side of the road. So we took that one over there. But luckily for me, the lead poisoning prevents their talons from being able to, contract and open. So, and that bird stayed there a year, and they rescued it and they brought it back to the Zumwalt and turned it loose. So
That's wonderful.
that was a good.
I imagine the guy on his way home from the bar that saw you is still talking about it.
Uh-oh.
I'm not sure I really saw this, but it looked like a lady with an eagle when I was on my way home.
Yeah, yeah. Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a little rest and were able to scratch up some interesting questions or comments for these great presenters. Go ahead and Eric, I think we're wrapped and ready for some discussion or questions.
We are ready for questions. Yes, we had no
Hold
request
on.
for public comment.
Oh,
Wait,
Barbara?
wait, one second. Are we recording, April?
I didn't think we
Yep,
had
I see
any
it.
public comments, but maybe
Okay.
we do.
No, we do not.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, we are recording.
Barbara, we can't hear you.
I know, sorry. We have a written public comment, though, that we did receive. Is that right,
Correct.
Eric Hartstein?
That's correct. There was one written comment that you received.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Co-Chair, Eric, can you just, I like to always make the practice, and sorry, Bruce, I jumped in ahead of you, make the practice of just referring to the public comment and just speaking to it, just so that people know it's been received and that we've responded to it.
Yes, so we received one written public comment, and that was about a technical assistance project application, which is number 2221006. The applicant is Columbia SWCD. It was for a project called Clatskanie Floodplain Habitat Assessment Prioritization. It was ranked 6th out of 7 technical assistance applications in Region 1 by the regional review team. And the funding line in the staff recommendation is drawn after the project ranked number 5. And so that one is one below the line. And in terms of our review and evaluation of that, and you'll see it if you refer to the evaluation for that project, is that there certainly is potential here, but the review teams, some of the review team's comments talked about the lack of landowners being on board with the project, or at least evidence of that in the application. And so there's potential there for this to be a good stakeholder engagement application to secure those landowner commitments and then proceed to project design and implementation. So as mentioned, it was recommended by the review team, but it is one below the line.
Thank you, Jamie and Eric. Bruce, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Lisa Jane. Yeah, I have a quick comment and a question of Eric. The comment is they were just incredible presentations all around. Thank you. The level of the detail that was presented, talking about whole watershed context, clearly showed that the adaptive qualities and the co-benefits that are happening in these projects. I couldn't help but notice that they included climate mitigation strategies, the riparian reforestation, OWEB's ability to assist with the articulation of the mitigation potential is going to help us highlight our meaningful climate smart work. Thank you, one and all. My question is, on regions 1 and 2, we saw a couple great coho projects. In recognizing that we also have a coho FIP category, I'm just curious at when we tell the story of our coho FIP, or are we in a position to include open solicitation work that is complementary, supportive of the FIP work on coho? Do we combine them all? Are we able to combine them all with telling the story? Because I think it's certainly additive. And so that's my question.
Thanks for the question, Bruce. For the record, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB. Currently, we do not have any funded coho FIPs. We do have applications in, which you're going to hear a lot more about at the July board meeting. And if one of those coho FIPs or more get funded, then absolutely combining the effects of projects under open solicitation and FIP would be aggregated to tell that story for sure. And I think regardless of the disposition of those FIP applications or any other individual project level applications, what you saw in the regions 1 and 2 presentations are pretty substantial efforts to document and prioritize needs and set themselves up for tracking progress toward those needs. Those strategic action plans that Katie and Mark referenced have an awful lot of detail about that. And some of those partnerships have been actively developing and working on project tracking systems to maintain that look at progress over the long term. So absolutely, that's on everybody's minds in those partnerships, and that's important to us at OWEB as well.
Any other hands up? Barbara.
All right, I've got more than one. Is that okay, Liza Jane? Just kidding. So Liz, I loved all the figures about Willamette Falls. That was just mind blowing. So thank you. And I wrote it all down because I hope to be able to use that someday, those figures. And then, so I had a question on one of your maps in your presentation on the Maxfield Creek. There was a map that had green check marks. And then you had, let's see, you had rankings, number 2 and number 3. I guess I didn't quite understand what they were. And with that also is number 2 had no access. So I just was a little confused on that.
Sure, thanks for that. So for the record, Liz read on the map. So yeah, the map is actually a product of their net map prioritization process, and that it ranked project types in order, and they've already done the highest priority, which is the ones that were the green check mark. And so then, as you noted, there was a number 2 and a number 3. Number 2 was the next highest. It's not ready yet. They're still working on working with landowners to pursue a project there. So they moved to their number 3. And so the project that is in your recommended group of projects is for that number 3 location, with the intent that I think they would like to circle back to 2 if that were to be ready at any point.
So that was Lucky Mute's map, not OWEB's map. Okay.
Right. So Lucky Mute Watershed Council.
All right. I get that. Okay. And then Kobe, I can't believe that there was 25 applications in that area of the state. That's a lot. I mean, you had the most out of all the regions. I was amazed at how many came through. So I don't know what to attribute that to, but it was just want to acknowledge that that's impressive. And then Sue, I cannot wait to, go ahead, Cody, what?
I was just saying it's a busy region.
Yeah, 25 is actually on the low side for Region 5, just for context.
I was just this particular packet, I was noticing that it was overwhelming. And then Sue, I cannot wait to use the term porous rock mattress. I can't wait to find an audience that I can use that with.
3 times in one conversation.
But thank you all for your presentations. It's it's really pleasing just to see these great projects and the worth of the value that they bring to the state. Thank you.
Gary, and then Meg.
Oh, hi everyone, Gary Marshall. Boy, it's good seeing all you guys' faces again. This is great to have these presentations, and again they were just tremendous. So I've sort of reduced down to one question here for, I guess, for Greg, and it's because I'm seeing some of this going on in our area. So I'm noticing a lot of this phase 1 reestablishment of juniper over, and some of these areas that have formerly had fire or have mechanical means of removal. But and I see there that you have, that you're reapplying fire to some of these areas, and that's in the past, I've seen it take out those little junipers, but it also takes out some of the sagebrush and stuff too on these mechanical areas. So I just wonder, as we move along in time, as these little junipers show back up again, what do you see that we're going to be doing about it?
Thanks, Gary. For the record, Greg Sinella, Regional Program Rep for Central Oregon. Boy, that's the $1 million question. And I think if I had the answer, I wouldn't be sitting here. I think it's just going to be a combination of all the tools in the toolbox. And prescribed fire is just one of them. And it does have negative consequences like you identified. It does. Sagebrush and bitterbrush do not respond well to fire. They get burned up and they take a long time to come back. And that's a pretty big focal species for particularly sage grouse and other ground nesting birds. There are herbicide options and explorations that folks have used, utilizing herbicide treatments for smaller little trees. I've heard of ranchers going around and utilizing, loppers on horseback, or if they're small enough, you can do that. I think it's just going to have to be a suite of tools that people use. And I don't think there's going to be any one answer, and it's going to be very site specific. But that is a great question, Gary. And I hope that the people who are, dedicating their careers to this are thinking about that, because those are some of the big questions that we need to understand as we move forward.
Thanks, Greg. Again, great to see you all, and great presentation. Thanks.
Meg, and then Corey.
Thank you, Liza Jane. I have a question for Liz, I guess. It's a Region 3 question. Liz, this is a stakeholder engagement application from the Long Tom Watershed Council regarding tribal partnerships. And I'm not even sure what my question is. I think I might just have an observation that I'd like to, this seems like an attempt to do something that we would want to support. And I think I understand that, the objections and why it wasn't funded, but just wondering, do you have the sense that the Watershed Council has a good enough idea of how to improve the application? Assuming that there is support. If they go back and do the legwork that you suggested and find that there is support for it. I don't know. I kind of looked at it and thought, geez, that's, it's kind of too bad that it didn't fly. But and like I said, I understand the reasons. So I don't even really know what my question is, other than to express that and say, do you have a sense that they are still gonna try to pursue this if there's value there?
Sure, I think I understand where you're heading. So for the record, Liz Redon, Regional Program Representative for the Willamette. So yes, Meg, it was an interesting application, and just to give context for others in summary, it was recommended not to fund, and there were two primary reasons why. One is that the application didn't present a clear path to how the proposed stakeholder engagement work was going to lead to restoration, and as we all know, that's a critical threshold for stakeholder engagement. Statute indicates for us to be able to pay with lottery dollars for stakeholder engagement activities, it needs to be for activities necessary for things like restoration or acquisition projects. And so there just wasn't a clear pathway between the proposed work and leading to restoration. And the other key thing that the reviewers had pointed out in their comments was there was not any letters of support from tribes, and a lot of the objectives are around developing a tribal liaison position with the watershed councils and the tribes, and just and I think these were indicators that maybe it was a little early in terms of the development of that application. And I have had follow-up conversations with folks involved in that project to talk about what a resubmit would look like. And I have seen a application in the online system already for our next deadline. So I think they are actively taking feedback from review team incorporating that into a new application. And it probably is more ready to submit an application. And I would say that is one of the challenges whenever thinking about submitting applications, is that the deadlines are the deadlines. And sometimes groups, they're just where they're at in terms of whether it's design work or figuring out what are the stakeholder engagement activities. And sometimes you're just not quite ready yet, and you do need a little bit more cooking time. And so that might be where they were at. And I think they'll have a stronger application in the next round.
That nexus between the application and a specific project, basically, was something I hadn't really focused on before. A specific restoration goal, maybe. I don't even know if it's a specific project. But I was thinking in a context like this, you might want to use funding like this to develop a restoration goal. And maybe it's just not suited for that. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, I do hope to see more of that.
Me too. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Meg. Corey, and then Jamie.
Hi, Corey Owens with NRCS. I have a Region 6 question. First of all the presentations were fantastic. It's really great to see the depth and breadth of work going on around the state and the potential opportunities. My question was, of all of those beautiful slides, the one that struck me the most was the restoration techniques around the springs, like the open bottom arch culvert and buck and pull around a spring. I was like, how have we not thought about this before? And I was just curious, even maybe the porous rock mattress is a little bit more, but are these common? Or is this innovative? Is this something that, you know, once this gets funded and people start doing this, it just kind of becomes standard practice? Or I'm just curious, what looks like really low tech and elegant solutions, just what the adoption rate is for that.
Thank you, Corey, for your question. For the record, Sue Greer, Region 6 RPR. I would say that protecting spring sources is a relatively common tech on upland spring developments. What I don't see a lot of now, but I think it'll probably increase when people start thinking about it, are those springs that are so disconnected. And so it's the same concept. It's making sure they don't get hoof print, shear, sedges and rushes grazed off. So that's the novelty of it, is like thinking this used to be a strong source of water to this river and now it's not. So the porous rock mattresses probably I haven't seen before, but I think it's a great add-on, I think, to other restoration. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
So just also wanted to echo great presentations and really say to OWEB staff, it's really your fault that the legislature keeps giving OWEB money, because you do such a great job that you're creating this problem. But no, obviously that's a joke. You do a phenomenal job. We're also proud of you. I wanted to go back and have a bit more discussion about Meg's question related to the project, not necessarily specific to this project, but really about how we're grappling with a couple different objectives that we have in place. One is to expand access to grant funding, to reach out to non-traditional partners, to make it easier or lower the barriers for organizations, especially non-traditional partners, to access some of the resources available. Now, we've had this conversation before. Lisa, this predates you, and actually some of the folks who are now part of the team and on the board. Just to be really clear, I'm very clear that OWEB staff is not in the role of doing capacity building for organizations. So that's not the ask, but it's really more of how do we strike that balance between, even in the case of an organization that's trying to reach out and develop their partnerships, it sounds like the response is, well, until you've done it, don't come to us for funding, because you won't meet that criteria. Now, I'm one of the first to say that's a critical criteria, but if organizations are trying to evolve into and grow into what we're asking them to do, how are we striking that balance between supporting that growth and providing resource that growth, especially for small nonprofits who don't have the staffing and the funding to go and do all that work ahead of time? I realize we're caught in this chicken and egg, but we do have these competing equally important things we're trying to do: have great results, have great impact, have great partnerships, and also bring other partners along and really grow these and support the idea of expanding partnerships. So I just wondering if some of the team can just reflect on how you're seeing this us move forward on these things.
Sure. Thanks for the question, Jamie. For the record, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB. I think one of the most underutilized offerings that we have is the stakeholder engagement offering. And for organizations that you're describing, one of the challenges is somebody or members of the organization have an idea, something that needs to be addressed. Maybe they don't quite know how to do it. And as Liz was pointing out, really all of the other offerings we have besides restoration, stakeholder engagement, technical assistance, monitoring, all of those by the constitutional language are there and available in support of restoration or acquisition projects. And so, when we see evaluations that say things like, there's a good idea here, there's a good concept, there's, maybe even the right people at the table, but it's just not ripe yet, it's not ready for implementation. Usually what that comment means is more engagement is needed or more assessment or design work. So stakeholder engagement or technical assistance type projects in our parlance. And so with stakeholder engagement, I think sometimes we think of it in kind of a limited way of, well, we use that to get landowners on board to do a project. And that's certainly true, really critical. And we need that work. Our grantees need that work to be able to get projects on the ground. But it's broader than that. It really is about community engagement to make sure that you've got the support and the pieces in place to get a project to the finish line. And yes, there will be a lot more work to do after a stakeholder engagement project to get there. But you can think of those, that progression of phases to get to a restoration project, starting with stakeholder engagement, having a technical assistance grant, maybe even two, because sometimes you do some assessment work and then you do design work, or you get to a conceptual design and you need to get to a final design. So you can come in more than once for those offerings. But that's one thing I'll mention. The other is that we are, of course, engaged in listening sessions right now around climate and incorporating that into our evaluation criteria. And part of that conversation has included comments from people about some of the potential barriers to successfully accessing funds for the things that they want to do. And so it's something we're going to keep looking at. And you use the word balance, and I think that's the right word, because nobody wants an overly cumbersome application to get in the way. But we also want some sort of rigorous analysis that tells us this is the right work to do in the right place at the right time. And so we have to work on finding that balance, but we're always looking at our applications to see where we might improve them. If there are questions in there that perhaps are repetitive or lead to information that doesn't really help our reviewers, we'll work on those and try to continually improve them. But there is no way around it. It's a significant lift to have a successful restoration project application. It's a lot of work, and that's why you've heard many comments today around what we've presented to you represents in terms of that breadth and depth of work all across the state from so many people and so many organizations. And you're right, it's not easy for people who haven't engaged with OWEB applications in the past, and there's a learning curve. And there's also help, though, in partnerships. And that's the final thing I would mention, is that we do have the grant offering called Partnership Technical Assistance that is designed to get groups of organizations moving in the same direction to achieve their common goals. And that could be an avenue for organizations that perhaps have less experience working in restoration granting to work with partners that may have more capacity for that to help get that work done. And that can be a way to help those organizations stand on their own in the future as well. So no single answer to your question, but a good and challenging one, and one that we plan to keep paying attention to.
Well, thank you. And if I just follow up, really appreciate the answer. And then also the focus, that the reminder of the focus groups that are going on, I think is going to be really valuable. One of the things that really strikes me is someone coming in new, if they go to the OWEB web, they hear about OWEB, they go to the website. I imagine some of the takeaways from those conversations will be, is there something to kind of walk a person through the thought process so that, to your point, they don't have to apply to something only to get the feedback, oh, you should probably have gone that direction, that they get some of that stuff up front. And it's just that user friendliness component, but I'm sure that will be part of the takeaway from those conversations. But thanks so much. Really appreciate that.
It already is part of the takeaway. To give you a specific example, when we were talking about tools that applicants and grantees can use to try to quantify what they're doing in climate terms, whether it's mitigation, adaptation, carbon sequestration, we heard pretty loud and clear, hey, if you give us a calculator to help us figure that out, we'll gladly use it. It makes things a lot simpler for us. And so that's one small example of what you're talking about, Jamie.
And if I might add, one of the things that I've had some conversation with Eric about too is, projects that may not fit OWEB, but how do we, as part of our DI work, build our partnerships so that we have other organizations that we have relationships with that we can help link people up to that might better fit the initial need that's there, and then build them to the spot where it's a more ready project that could then come to OWEB. And that's kind of one of those long-term goals for me, in terms of beginning to build some more of those relationships into the future.
Great, thank you. Kelly.
Hi. Yeah, so Meg just keeps beating me to the punch today with just about every question. So we're definitely on the same wavelength today, Meg. And I appreciate that. I want to say with the with that stakeholder engagement grant with the Longtom Watershed Council and the tribal engagement, echo what Meg said, these are the kind of projects that we really do want to see more of. And if they're more appropriate for the partnership TA, then, that makes sense. I just really want to encourage them to reapply, maybe to a different offering if it's more appropriate, because I think these are really necessary. I do appreciate, however, the thorough review that the reviewers did, and noticing that there weren't letters of support from the tribes as well, because it's sort of a double-edged sword. You want to make sure that the applicant has done their homework and has reached out to the tribes and has that kind of documentation and support when they do submit their application, because it's a lot easier to do that up front, and it makes for a better project all around than getting the outreach kind of after the fact. So do appreciate the thoughtfulness put into those reviews and those hard questions that they asked. But yeah, I think I would really encourage them to resubmit. And then I have another question on a different project, and this one is the okay, this is Region 6. The application number is 222-6003-19864. The Uma Birch Floodplain Restoration and In-Stream Habitat Enhancement Project, submitted by the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. And again, I understand the reasons for recommending as a do not fund on this one, but I'm just kind of wondering about follow-up after the fact for resubmissions. So I actually have a question about kind of things on the front end and then kind of things on the back end. So just bear with me here for a minute, guys. On the front end, I'm wondering, for the regional OWEB folks, like how many people reach out to you and talk to you about the project before they submit it?
For the record, Sue Greer, Regional Program Rep for Mid-Columbia region. And thanks for the question, Kelly. It's kind of a two-part. In my region, I let it be known that I'm always available if they get a hold of me soon enough to do consults on projects, and they take advantage of that. And it's kind of a little bit of a segue to the previous conversation, is if they're a single applicant, I talk about partnerships. I may give them ideas of who they could talk to if they're lacking some technical expertise. That wasn't the case with the Confederated Tribes Umatilla. They have a great project, huge phased project. They had 2 new staff that were writing the application, and I consulted with them in the beginning, and it was a heavy lift. We couldn't do site visits in person, which would have been a big change, I think, in understanding this complex restoration project. Would it had some questions perhaps be more clear? And the review team felt very, very clear that there were just enough questions that they wanted to see it as a resubmit. That being the case, I've already had a meeting with both Mike Lambert and the applicant, Becca Schwartz, that's writing the application, talking about all the comments. And they were actually, I wouldn't say pleased, but they totally understood why it was a do not fund, and came back with, this is going to be a better application. And it had us think through 2 or 3 things that we hadn't addressed previously. So I've come to the point where I really trust my review team. So if they pull out some things that they are concerned about, I move forward, get enough comments to help that applicant resubmit, so the project is shovel ready, ready to move forward and be implemented.
Okay. And I really appreciate that. And I appreciate that you've already reached out to them and let them know and talked through the elements for the resubmit. And that's exactly, that was going to be my next question. Again, people are just reading my mind today, I think, about what kind of that follow-up looks like, because there are so many projects that are submitted that you guys are working through and that our review teams are working through. And so, yeah, just kind of wanted to check the process on the follow-up after the fact there. I think especially with some of our, tribal partners and maybe some of the non-traditional partners, because, having written and submitted OWEB grants, it can be pretty daunting if you haven't submitted one. And it's kind of this, I write a lot of grants, and it's sort of this, how much technical information do you provide in your grant up front, and how much of that is just going to get glossed over, by your reviewers? How much do they need versus how much is just enough to convey what you're trying to do to them, or do for the project, I mean. And so I feel like it's always good to follow up on that, especially if I noticed with this one, it was more like the technical comments from BPA and NOAA that the review team felt that they needed to see. And so I think it's good to have that follow up after the fact. And yeah, just really appreciate that. And then this is my last question, and I'll stop grandstanding on this. But does anyone know, and this is for OWEB staff kind of in general, what the success rate is for resubmitted projects?
Kelly, that's a great question. And particularly because I don't have the answer for you. I don't know that we've done that kind of analysis. We have had projects that have had multiple resubmittals till they get to the finish line, so it's not just one. But it's something we can take a look at, because we do note which ones are resubmitted applications, and perhaps for the presentation 6 months from now, we'll give you some data on that. to give you a measure of it. One thing I did want to note also in terms of process is that, of course, we have 6-month cycles. And so our next deadline is already next week. But one of the things that we do to facilitate resubmittals in a timely manner is publish these evaluations about a month ahead of that next deadline, so that all of these applicants have had this feedback, hopefully with enough time to put in another application right away. So next week, we expect that we'll see some of these projects be resubmitted, and that way their delay is only 6 months rather than a year.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that update. And then, yeah, I'm not trying to create more work for the OWEB staff to do yet another analysis on something. So that's not my intention. I'm just curious because, and this is, just regardless of whether or not it's a tribal project, just projects in general, I saw quite a few resubmits this round. And I saw quite a few resubmits that are going below the funding line again. And so, that's kind of what spurred my question. And then also just wondering, how many times you resubmit a project and it goes below the funding line before you just kind of pull that project and maybe regroup too. And so that's just kind of what I'm thinking with this and what kind of spurred the question on for me. So.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. Again, for the record, Eric Williams. We do try to provide a sense of the review team's comments around that in the evaluation, in the sense that, well, maybe this project, has some localized benefit, but it's hard to find a pathway where it's going to be competitive, given, the statistics we went through earlier with a little over half the projects getting funded that come in. And so we do try to give as much of that feedback as possible. And of course, it's always up to the applicants to determine what they want to do next. And we have seen some come in and see success the 4th time. I'm sure the RPRs could even cite examples of maybe even more than that. But it does happen. And it also happens frequently that the 2nd time is successful too.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Bruce, I saw your hand was up for a minute. Did you get your question answered? Okay. Anybody else? Mark, please.
Yes, thank you. I apologize. I had another call that I had to be on, so I got back on just kind of tail wagging the dog here. But from ODF&W's perspective, we got a note back from Tom Stahl, and he said that we do we support and do not have any issues with the projects recommended for funding. So ODF&W doesn't have any issues with anything that made it above the fund line. So that's our input.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. Meg.
So I don't want to jump the line, but if other people, I've already thrown my opinion in here. Other people had comments, but I wasn't sure whether anyone else did. So I'm going.
You're all right. Go ahead.
I just wanted to throw in another plug with respect to that long-term application. Here's my thinking. I totally get the idea that without any indication of whether there was tribal support for this idea, it kind of didn't make sense to move it forward. But it's more, what I'm thinking is, what if we had we're in this moment where we're trying to more fully engage partners with whom we have not been able to fully engage before, or it just hasn't happened. And if we had an applicant come in and say, in whatever category, if it's not stakeholder engagement, if there's another category, we think that this partner group is really important in this conversation, and we want to have them in the mix as we figure out what needs to be done in this basin. In other words, it's going to be about restoration projects, but it's not, we don't know exactly what project it's going to be yet. And what I'd like to see is whether there is room, I haven't examined statutes and the constitutional provision, but whether there's room for a more expansive vision of what that a category of grant can cover, with the idea of supporting the effort, the agency's effort to essentially expand its knowledge base, its participation base, its impact across a wider range of partners. I just want to throw that out there as I don't know if anyone else is interested in pursuing that, but I would be interested. And so I don't know whether there's room for more conversation about that.
Lisa?
Madam Chair, if I might just respond a little bit from an agency perspective. I think this is a really important conversation, Meg, because it's one that we're starting to grapple with, is how does OWEB's constitutional language overlay with some of the values that we need to consider with people and DEI, et cetera. And so at some point we might want to dig in a little bit deeper, and the agency can go back and do a little more work, with our legal counsel around it, given what we're doing as a state, trying to be more inclusive in our projects and how we might think about it in terms of conservation. I'll talk to you about a project tomorrow in my report that, ran into some issues around the term, thinking about in conservation from just a fish and wildlife conservation lens. But when you overlay the people lens on it, and another conversation, we might end up in a different place. And so I think it's worth continuing to explore. So I appreciate what you're saying, and I hear you. And the exec team has had a little bit of discussion about it, in between everything else we've had coming at us.
Yeah. Okay. I really do appreciate that. And I recognize it may or may not be feasible, but it would be an avenue that I'd be interested if we can pursue that. So Jamie, put something up.
Thank you.
Jamie, what were you commenting on this? Sorry. I didn't see, I saw that you made a comment, but I didn't see what it was.
It's just simply that if it's something you're interested in pursuing, you can, of course, include that in the motion. And it's just that reminder.
Okay. Thank you. Lindsay, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, thanks for an opportunity to provide comment. Really great presentations by OWEB staff. I can't imagine, taking all of those lengthy applications and trying to boil it down into a 70-minute presentation. So really nice job. Really helpful for the board to kind of look at the highlights versus looking at applications themselves, or even just the TRT feedback criteria. So really helpful on that. Just wanted to provide a little comment about the Longtime Watershed Council's application that's been talked about here. Having a really strong working relationship with them in my professional career for the tribe here, I'm really surprised that they didn't include any letters of support or tribal documentation. I kind of feel like, knowing their track record, that's a really big error ball unless they didn't have it in there intentionally, as sort of trying to demonstrate that this is stakeholder engagement and that will be developed over time. So yeah, just kind of a interesting point, just that it is sort of a zero or a missing link there. But yeah, not being in the TRT review team or looking at the application, kind of hard to understand if that was an intentional leave off in terms of thinking that the stakeholder engagement would develop and facilitate that relationship. And then, sort of, can't really consider this, I guess, in context, but, they do have some tribal working relationships and existing agreements with both Grand Ronde and Siletz. So yeah, just kind of puzzling, and I'll leave it there, but would definitely be interested in seeing them either resubmit or having a further board discussion on you know, that it really does meet the criteria, even though they didn't demonstrate, you know, exact partnership. Now, knowing their track record and knowing the momentum that they have going, realizing that it could be a worthwhile investment.
Thank you, Lindsay, for your input. Anyone else have a hand up we haven't heard from? Well, you know what that means. It's my turn. Liza Jane. And Eric, I had a couple quick questions for you. First of all, this online grant application process kind of flow chart sheet that we received, it shows me incredible support from the staff, from OWEB, to people who are interested, are applying all throughout the whole step-by-step process. There's just, in my experience of grant writing, never have I seen so much support for someone to be successful. And I know you're accessible to questions and on-site review. It's really great. There's a lot there. One question I had about that and just understanding it better, Eric, was the award comes before the applicants finalize their work and budget, it looks like, and that seems kind of interesting.
Thanks for the question, Liza Jane. And I apologize if some of those charts were confusing, but we do have applications that are considered complete when submitted, and we don't allow new information to come in. Sometimes there's clarifying information expressed at site visits, for example. But we do get complete budgets at the time of application, and that is what the review teams are looking at. On occasion, for a funded project, if there's something that doesn't meet our budgeting guidance, for example, let's say an incorrect indirect cost rate was included in the budget, then we'll have the applicant go in and fix that part of the budget that was done incorrectly. But we do get complete budgets at the time of application.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. And then I think for Katie and Liz, a couple thoughts I had. I think, like all of us, we want to understand what caused the problem to really apply a fix to it. So I have an opinion that if you're going to spray weeds as your treatment, you are always going to spray weeds. But if you think about a practice that would not allow weeds to grow where you don't want them, you can have a solution for the long term. And so I look at those streams that I'm going to guess anchor habitats mean logs in the river. Is that an anchor habitat? Possibly. Why aren't there logs in the river? And are we addressing that so that we don't continue to keep this expensive practice going on? Another one, Liz, that I'm in the East. I live in the East, and I know it's an underlying frustration of people criticizing restoration projects and doing them, that a lot of great habitat restoration projects are occurring only for fish to suffer in one of the most polluted rivers in the nation, which is the Willamette, and our dam system. So, you know, do we have a hammer in our head, and what are we doing about those gigantic issues of what's causing a big part of the cause? And I know the EPA is working on things of source pollution and all that, but that's a big question. And it could be conversations here in July to help me understand that. But if you have anything for me now about how are we impacting changes that cause these issues, so that nature can be allowed to fix them, not just us.
Do you want to go with the anchor habitat first, Katie?
Sure. Thank you, Liz. For the record, Katie Duzick, Region 1 Program Representative. And thank you, Liza, for those excellent questions. To answer your question about anchor habitat has been defined in each watershed in somewhat different way, depending on the needs of the species and the conditions found there. And yes, a lot of times big trees do fall out in the modeling as anchor habitat because of the riparian health, the stream shading, and the lower temperatures that come with those intact stands. So yes, you're correct that a lot of times those will filter out in the models as anchor habitat and be ground truthed as such. The question about what to do about large wood in the stream and long-term recruitment is really challenging. As you know, we are dealing with a lot of legacy impacts from forestry practices. You know, and also it was just a couple decades ago, 2 or 3 decades ago, when we stopped, you know, stream cleaning, thinking that removing the large wood was what we needed to do for the fish. So we have a lot of legacy land management issues to work through. We do now have more of a riparian buffer along our streams in our timberlands, so that should help with long-term recruitment. But I also want to note that in our evaluation criteria, our review teams are supposed to look for projects that treat the root cause of the symptom, a root cause of the problem, and not just the symptoms. And so it does become a bit of a sticky conversation when it's clear that the most urgent and needed thing for a species in peril is to address the symptoms, which is what we're doing with the large wood. But I will say that over the last few years, our review teams are looking more and more at projects that not only address the symptoms, but consider long-term large wood recruitment. So even on privately owned lands, they are augmenting the riparian areas. They are considering planting additional conifers within that riparian buffer. And they're looking at prioritizing projects higher that do have a better chance of long-lasting, long-term wood recruitment in an area. So I do think that there's continued work being done to address that, but it is awfully challenging, and I think we're trying to find the balance of the urgent needs of a species plus thinking long term. So I hope that helps answer your question. It may not be a satisfying answer, but just know that we're thinking about it too.
No, thank you, Katie. That's a great answer. It's as a landowner, it's illegal for me to pull a tree that fell down into the river. So it's complex. There's lots of issues, but I appreciate all that information. Thank you.
All right. For the record, Liz read on, and I'm not sure my answer to your questions for the Willamette will be any more satisfying, because they are big questions and they're good questions. As we're building habitat, but what does the habitat do for us if the water quality is not there? And so in terms of water quality in the Willamette, one of the biggest issues that is almost everywhere is temperature. So that tends to be the highest priority water quality issue and ubiquitous around the Willamette. And a lot of the actions that I described through my presentation today do help with the temperature piece. So that making sure we're protecting that hyporheic flow that's below and around the stream bed, making sure they're reducing solar exposure. Those are things that will help prevent the temperature from increasing. And the more we can do that whenever possible, that will help with the temperature. The toxics is a little harder, and there's not, and a lot of what we are funding is more around voluntary conservation, and there's not a lot of tools or resources available for our grantees to deal with something as big and complex as toxics. That said, I think some of the things that we're seeing is one, I think it was in the last cycle, we did see a stormwater focused project in the Long Tom that was recommended for funding and was awarded. And so they're kind of breaking new grounds to see, what are some opportunities to work in the stormwater to reduce the amount of toxics coming from urban areas into the stream. But also just a reminder that, with the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds, the intent always was to link a voluntary effort with regulatory. And some of those water quality pieces, they do live in the regulatory side. And so ideally we bring in the voluntary and the regulatory where it makes sense, let the regulatory agencies do their job, and then our grantees can help with those voluntary pieces through our granting program. And so together, hopefully we can lift together and solve those complicated water quality. But you're right, it is a tough one. And it is something I know a lot of smart people in the Willamette are working on to figure out how to address those issues so that when we build the habitat, we have the water quality there for the fish.
Thank you, Liz and Katie. I appreciate that. And Sue, I loved those images of fairly simple, inexpensive, great fixes on springs. Thank you for sharing those. Okay, Dan.
Hey, what a great conversation. I've been soaking it in and kind of waiting to formulate some thoughts to contribute to the discussion here. And Liza Jane and others, first off, kudos and high regards to OWEB staff for a really fine presentation. And this is exactly the type of conversation and dialogue that inspires me to be a member of the OWEB board. Dan Shively, U.S. Forest Service, for the record. It's the kind of discussion that we should be having because a couple of things. There's a whole lot more work that needs to be done out there than we have funding and resources to do. So we should be talking about what are the highest priorities? Where are the right locations? What are the quality projects in the sequence and the order around a holistic approach to restoring Oregon's watersheds and all the natural resources that thrive in our watersheds. And we've been having these conversations here in Oregon and in the Pacific Northwest for several decades. Folks, let's just admit it, we have a love-hate relationship with large wood in our rivers. And to add perspective to that, go to the East Coast. Take a look at the rivers and streams along the East Coast of the United States. I visited a project on the Monongahela National Forest in 2017, and it was one of the first pilot large wood demonstration projects on a major river back there at the time, probably 3 decades behind where we've been in the Pacific Northwest. A lot of catching up to do. We've learned a lot. We've put laws into place. We have practices. And I think we have, a very respectful science and practitioners culture around, how to find the right locations and treatments on the landscape. And there's a lot of innovation too happening in the state of Oregon and in the Pacific Northwest. So just wanted to dial in, and I'm continually impressed even before joining the board of the amount of rigor that goes in each one of the regions through the tech reviews and the sifting and sieving of proposals, because I do believe it's that rigorous process that allows us to put our best foot forward. And we're not going to get it right every time, but I think we know that, and we're open to that learning and to that adaptive approach. So yeah, just wanted to share those thoughts and perspectives. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Agreed. Anyone else that hasn't had a chance? Okay, I see none. I thank you all for the good questions and comments and thoughtful conversations. I think at this point, the board is open to entertaining a vote on these grant offering awards.
Barbara Boyer will make the motion.
Thank you.
I move to approve the staff funding recommendations as described in attachment D to the fall 2021 open solicitation grants offering in the staff reports with an award due date of April 26, 2022.
Motion made. Do I have a second?
I'll second. Meg Reeves.
Thank you, Meg. Motion made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. Good work. Good work, everybody. And thank you, staff, so much for those presentations and your hard work.
Lisa, you have a comment, question?
Just a quick comment. And it's just thank you. Thank you to the board and to the staff for all your work working through the solicitations and the good questions that everyone has posed, you know, to continue to help us think about OWEB's process and how we continue to improve it and the great projects that are out there. So, and staff, awesome work.
All right, moving on down the agenda, I show a break, but I'm curious what others' thoughts are because the rest of our agenda is 45 minutes long. Do we want to just plow through or do you want to stretch?
Mark, keep going.
Wow.
Let's stick with it.
Let's plow. All right. I want to break open some ground. All right. So moving on down to agenda item H, and it's the FIP effectiveness monitoring funding request. And Audrey, are you there? We are a little early. Is she here? Oh, okay.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask real quick if Barbara, Liza, Jane, or Lisa, can you see my screen and hear me okay?
Yes to both.
All right. Well, thank you, co-chairs and members of the board. For the record, Audrey Hatch, the Conservation Outcomes Coordinator. And I'm joined for agenda item H by my colleague, Eric Hartstein, Board and Legislative Policy Coordinator for OWEB. We are here to present a request to fund a pilot project that will focus on helping OWEB explore a new component to the overall effectiveness monitoring for the Focused Investment Partnerships, or FIPs, piloting out a post-FIP report. And for agenda item H, please refer to the staff report that starts on page 23 of the April board meeting ebook that is online along with the meeting materials. As a reminder, taking a look at the graphic on the right of this slide, the FIP investments are for high performing partnerships to work within one of those 7 board identified ecological priorities using a strategic action plan developed with guidance from OWEB with investments made over the course of the 3 biennia. Each FIP defines specific near-term and longer-term ecological outcomes that they want to see come to fruition within that ecological priority. As presented in depth at past board meetings in October of 2017, January 2020, March 2021, and also January of this year, there are currently at play 3 types of tools that are used to monitor and track FIP progress over time. Each of these was developed as described at previous board presentations under a true team effort. The FIP partners, OWEB staff, and Bonneville Environmental Foundation all contributed to developing these tools and use them in a real variety of ways to adaptively manage collaborative efforts. Just to briefly describe the tools here for background on today's request, and then quickly walk through an example of each one for context. That theory of change for each ecological priority outlines the links between the strategy and action implementation and the outcomes. These theories of change are developed generally for each ecological priority. A progress monitoring framework is for each FIP that identifies the more specific outputs and outcomes to be used for the partnership to really measure progress and adaptively manage throughout the initiative. And finally, progress tracking reports, 3 are produced for each FIP, each biennium as the FIP proceeds. So each of those reports communicates the cumulative progress the initiative is making each biennium towards meeting the objectives in their progress monitoring framework. And for a little bit more context, as previously discussed with the board, these 3 FIP monitoring and progress tracking tools can really be viewed on a continuum of time and complexity, with this graphic as a visual, a time on the bottom of the x-axis from kind of program development through the biennia and then post-implementation. And on the y-axis, the ecological scale kind of from the general at the base up to the more specific and detailed towards the top of that y-axis. And thinking about things in this way, we can see that ecological priority theory of change is at that broad general scale. It helps each FIP orient to the board identified ecological priority. And that progress monitoring framework really underpins the outcomes for each individual FIP and is really referred to throughout the adaptive management process and underpins those progress tracking efforts. The progress tracking reports are then developed for each FIP, each biennium. And that final one covers the time frame up until the end of the 3rd biennium. And for today's conversation, it's important to keep in mind that for most of the FIPs, projects are still in the process of being implemented when that final progress tracking report is completed. So that final progress tracking report begins to get into the post-implementation timeframe, but will not be able to comprehensively cover what happens in that timeframe. So that theory of change for each ecological priority just outlines those major strategies recommended at the bottom or the foundation of this diagram and shows how the strategies result in progress from near term towards longer term outcomes. So in this example for the dry type forest, the restoration strategies include thinning, prescribed fire, efforts to promote the native understory and protect existing forest habitat. Community outreach and engagement to maintain and build support for restoration is also identified as a strategy. And the graphic shows on the right here kind of how outreach and engagement informs and supports restoration over time. For example, restoration and outreach strategies lead into some measurable near-term outcomes. For example, tree and fuel density is reduced. And the graphic then goes on to kind of show how these near-term metrics lead into the longer-term outcomes. And for dry type forest habitat, those include a mosaic forest sustains species over time. A forest is resilient to things like drought, fire, insects, and disease, well-connected and providing high quality aquatic habitat. The progress monitoring framework is the basis for tracking progress for each FIP. And an example framework is shown here. These frameworks also include a more specific theory of change for the initiative. That's a detailed results chain showing the relationship among the metrics and a crosswalk matrix of near-term outputs to longer-term outcomes. And as discussed with the board at previous meetings for the 1st and 2nd cohorts of FIPs, the Bonneville Environmental Foundation really engaged with the partnerships and staff to collaboratively construct and vet their framework. And now beginning with that 3rd cohort of FIPs, partnerships are using refined guidance on strategic action planning from OWEB. So the partnerships are developing their progress monitoring frameworks at the application stage. OWEB staff and FIP partners are using these frameworks as the context for periodic reporting to the OWEB board throughout the course of implementing the initiatives. And the progress tracking reports are really the key tools that are used for that, communicating out about progress each biennium, aligning with OWEB's grant making and reporting cycles. The progress tracking reports really incorporate concepts from the progress monitoring framework and align the strategies with work done towards implementing strategic action plans. And as presented to the board in the past, the progress tracking reports are several pages in length. This slide shows just the first page of the 2 existing Ashland FIP tracking reports. Recall for that 1st cohort, the 2nd and 3rd biennium progress tracking reports were combined into a single report. OWEB staff plan to complete the progress tracking reports for each initiative, each biennium, building on the foundation that was really established through the collaborative approach.
with the Bonneville Environmental Foundation. And returning back to that continuum of time at the bottom and ecological complexity along the y-axis. So there are several tools in place to track progress throughout the life of the FIP, but the desired ecological outcomes may take many years, a decade or more, to become apparent. And that's one of the major reasons why the board has previously expressed some interest in a post-FIP report. And as previously noted, the final progress tracking reports at that time of that third biennium cannot fully capture the post-implementation period. Project implementation spans longer than the time needed to really obligate the final biennium of funding, execute those grant agreements, and really initiate work. Post-FIP reporting is proposed to really fill this gap and to serve as the final piece in tracking the FIP investments and describing those ecological outcomes achieved by the initiatives. So the post-FIP report would be a new product that would track progress beyond the OWEB funded timeframe. The format of the post-FIP report is envisioned as very similar to those biennial progress tracking reports, but with an emphasis really on assessing progress towards longer term ecological outcomes. And so the report would include information about implementation, actions, and monitoring data supported by the OWEB funding as well as by external funding. And during some initial conversations, partners expressed how important that is, as to describe cumulative progress. It's not really possible to separate out the impact of the OWEB funds from other funding sources to achieve those goals. So the audience of the post-FIP report will be the OWEB board and key stakeholders, which may be identified by the partnership, for example, other funders and private landowners. And post-FIP reporting is envisioned to kind of inform future board decision-making and adaptive management of the FIP program. So those are some initial thoughts, but to really better inform the scope, the format, and the process for the post-FIP report, OWEB staff are proposing a pilot approach, anticipating that we would use what is learned through the pilot to develop and guide other post-FIP reporting efforts. The Ashland Forest All-Land Restoration Initiative, or the AFARI FIP, is a good candidate to participate in the pilot effort for three major reasons. The AFARI is part of that first cohort of FIPs funded in 2016. Many of those same partners are now beginning work in the Rogue Forest Restoration Initiative that's also within that dry type forest ecological priority. The AFARI FIP has now obligated all OWEB FIP funds and nearly completed OWEB FIP projects. Scoping meetings with the partnership indicated initial interest in participating in the pilot effort. AFARI partners indicated they would like to see the post-FIP report encompass a description of actions implemented prior to FIP funding and to be able to include information collected through a variety of funding sources. Partners noted ecological outcomes result from the cumulative actions over the whole life of the partnership. So through these very early and preliminary conversations, AFARI partners indicated the post-FIP report could describe some of the lessons learned that are relevant to decision makers. For example, how FIP funding catalyzed conversations within the community about fire response in the face of climate change. They are willing to engage in the pilot effort, anticipating the potential to develop an application for the use of the funding within the calendar year and begin work in 2023. And in addition to the OWEB board, a key audience for the resulting post-FIP report could be the restoration practitioners that are already working in that Rogue Forest FIP. And in conclusion, thank you for listening. And staff recommend the board award up to $50,000 from the Focused Investment Effectiveness Monitoring line item in the 21-23 spending plan to support this pilot project. The funding request is anticipated to cover data compilation, synthesis, analysis, and the production of a report. Thank you, and my colleague Eric Hartstein and I are available for any questions.
Thank you, Audrey. I had questions, but as you went along, you answered them all. I see Bruce has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you. My question is, what is our level of confidence that, or is it even necessary that partnerships, these broad partnerships, stay intact long enough for us to address post-FIP reporting. Is it necessary, and have you thought about it?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Bruce. For the record, Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator. I'll provide a couple of thoughts and then allow Eric Hartstein and other colleagues at OWEB to weigh in. We have thought about your question without having an answer to it, because during that course of the life of the partnership, and then at the conclusion of the partnership, we could envision some partners wanting to continue to engage, and other partners may in fact shift their focus. And so we have talked about the making the opportunity available to engage in a post-FIP report without necessarily introducing it as a requirement, and are really kind of looking to this pilot project to help us understand the level of effort and engagement that's needed to create a meaningful post-FIP report, and then use the result of the pilot project to inform further conversations.
Yeah, and I would just add that I think Audrey nailed that answer. One thing that we are considering is what's sort of the sweet spot of when to do a post-FIP report. And I mean, in a perfect world, we would be able to go through and, in 10, 15 years, perhaps do a post-FIP report to get at some of those ecological outcomes that Audrey was referring to that can take that long to appear on the landscape. Knowing that partnerships ebb and flow, we probably don't have that opportunity to go back in 10 or 15 years to have a post-FIP report. So we're looking at some point after the conclusion of the FIP to really get in there and try to get at least one of these post-FIP reports in. And for Ashland, they're at a space right now where they think, probably within the next 6-12 months, they'd be able to provide some really good content in this post-FIP report. For other cohort 1 partnerships, we've heard, they'd likely be coming in at the next biennium, so in 2023, 2025.
Thank you, Eric. Gary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gary Marshall. So I really like this idea. You guys have obviously thought about it quite a lot, and we have a lot of millions of dollars going out the door to these FIPs, and I just think it'll help inform both the communities that are doing these practices and doing this work, and OWEB about priorities and where we're spending these investments the most effectively throughout the state, and so that's my comment. I think it's a good idea, and Eric, we're in this for the long term, and so the longer we keep these groups engaged and seeing what the long-term results are, the better. So good idea. Thanks.
Corey, please.
Hi, 2 quick questions. And maybe I missed this, I apologize. I'm at the office today and there's people here and they don't realize I'm in a meeting. So I don't know if you guys are experiencing that in your offices when you go back and everyone's really excited to see each other. But thought on the time frame. I mean, these reports are complex and comprehensive, and that's quite a commitment for the partner to say they're going to spend the time to do that down the road, like when they're not getting paid or getting the funding to do that. I was just curious if that had been brought up as a barrier at all, or it's one thing to be like, oh yeah, we can do that, and then it comes around and you're like, when, how, who is going to do it, right? And then the second thing was on the target audience. I mean, if we're really going to put the time in to see what we all should be asking ourselves anyway, like what is the ecological impact of these projects, like beyond when the project was done. And I would hope it could be more for than just the board. I hope those are stories that somehow could be told through the different ways or channels. You know, I see a Connect conference session on, you know, FIP reports from OWEB annually, right, where people can get the lessons learned. I would just hope that there's a way to be able to take any information, good and bad. You know, maybe you spent $3 million in a project and you didn't see any change. Like, we got to tell those stories just as much as we tell the ones that are dramatically successful and have beautiful pictures, because we won't, I think that's one thing science doesn't do well, is talk about things that didn't go right the first time and how we really can learn from that. So as you're piloting this, I guess I would just say, from the perspective of a partner who, you know, is also very interested in this, like, total support, this is great, but whatever we need to do as the board or as different partner agencies to help people see the importance of this when it's actually time to do it, you know, when they have to allocate resources that they might not have necessarily planned for, and then also how to amplify the message, good, bad, and ugly, when these reports start to come in, so that we can all, as a conservation community around the state, learn about it. That's all.
Yeah, thank you, Corey. And for the record, Audrey Hatch, a couple thoughts in response to your comments and questions. So yeah, I think the time frame on what would be encompassed by the report is something we, as with the kind of when to engage with partnerships, that's something that it would be is actively under conversation. You know, using the results of that first pilot to help staff and partners think that through. It's not prescribed, and if the ultimate goal is to really look at those outcomes in that theory of change and see if we're getting there, you know, the longer time frame, the better, because some of those outcomes take a long time to come to fruition. But at the same time, we're requesting a $50,000 request to produce a report. So there's that practical side as well at this time that has to be balanced with the desire for a long time frame, the desire for partners to want to engage. Regarding who, and I did see a comment pop up in the chat on this topic as well. You know, would it be, could the funding be provided to another partner? Could it be a subaward or subcontract? Yes, we discussed that's a possibility for the partnerships to have their report produced by another entity if they're interested in doing that. As you were asking your question, Corey, regarding audience, I was just reflecting a little at the similarities that we have discussed with the board committees and the board between the audience for this post-BIP report and some of the telling the restoration story efforts, because of what you were noting regarding lessons learned and really wanting to be able to describe failures and meaningful, you know, lessons learned over time, as well as the success, and have it be more than just a glossy report. That has come up in the conversations around the pilot. I would say, you know, as briefly mentioned with the Ashland Forest partners, there's the advantage of many of those partners beginning to engage in similar work in the Rogue Forest Initiative. And so there's a kind of an audience there of practitioners that will be ready to use those lessons learned and apply them. We have talked about, you know, when meeting with the partnerships, getting thoughts around who they think would be a good audience for that post-FIP report. It could be other funders, it could be other restoration practitioners. We provided a little bit of thought around the format of being very similar to the progress tracking report, but I would just add that isn't necessarily prescribed either. There's the possibility of having something like an online dashboard, and really wanting to get some feedback around, you know, who is a ready audience for the message coming out of that post-FIP report. So just a few thoughts reflecting back, Corey. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. Liza Jane.
Thank you, Audrey and Eric. Just a question about have you talked about I hear 5-10 years out, and definitely agree it takes time for things to show up. But in your thoughts around this particular approach, do you have before 10 years, or this will be accomplished by a certain time, or have you decided it's an open door on that end?
Yeah, thanks, Liza Jane. I'll offer a few thoughts and also turn to my colleague Eric and others to add on. I would say that in this case, with the pilot project, there is an interest in getting a product so that we can have, we can use that product to inform these conversations around many of the good questions that you all have brought up here. And so without necessarily prescribing a time frame, I would say that staff would look to have a report done within the next few years, coming back from the AFARI partnership. And I would also add on this pilot project, we have the benefit of going back in time to some of the work that happened around the initiation of the partnership. So it's a nice, long, and mature initiative that's offers that component to inform a pilot project. Eric, anything that you'd like to add?
Thanks, Audrey. And for the record, Eric Hartstein, Board and Legislative Policy Coordinator. I think the Ashland partners have, one, a very robust monitoring capacity within their partnership, which is a plus. And really want to thank them kind of publicly for kind of walking down this path with us in post-FIP reporting as a pilot, because neither of us know kind of where this is ultimately going to end. And I would also say that there's a little bit of an advantage there too, in that, as Audrey mentioned, they've had this long history of doing the forest restoration work in their area. And we see sort of these immediate outputs on the ground with the work that they're doing. With some of the other FIPs, it might and will take much longer. I'm thinking with the fish-focused FIPs, as they're still implementing projects into this biennium, next biennium might be a push to get them towards the end. And with the projects on rangeland, that could take a very long time to see outcomes on the ground. But we do want to make sure that we accurately capture all the outputs that have occurred due to the FIP program. So, taking those as kind of combined at both the ecological outputs and then the outcomes, we're seeing this, and at least with the first cohort of FIPs, within the next couple biennia.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking about, the project partners maybe being not present or involved still to be able to provide that data. And I know it's down the road after a successful pilot, but it may be something we could consider letting FIPs know it's an expectation. That we want this post-FIP reporting at 5 years, so they know ahead of time that we're going to be interested in that. It might help ensure that this is successful.
Thank you, Liza Jane. Molly.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to back the support of this program, and I'm glad that there's pilot projects, because it does seem like this has been a gap, and being able to have this kind of long-term monitoring results to evaluate how these different land use restoration projects actually lead to the long-term desired change, I think has been a gap in management and decision making. So I'm really glad that organizations are leaning in and applying for these. I think there's going to be a lot of information that can be used now and into the future.
Thank you, Molly. Any other questions or comments? Yeah, I too also support this. I just think them having some scientific teeth to help reviewing the grants in the future is pretty exciting. And so, Audrey, is it your thought right now? I know, we can't look into a crystal ball that we could change our spending plan in the future if this pilot is successful?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Barbara. And I would defer that to my colleague, Eric Hartstein.
Yeah, thanks, Audrey. For the record, Eric Hartstein. We're thinking at this point, Barbara, that for the first cohort of FIPS with the partners that are not participating in this pilot, that they would go into the next biennium. So that's when they would be potentially, we'd be coming back to you and requesting post-FIP reports on the cohort 1 FIPS in the next biennium.
Okay. All right, that is helpful. Thank you. All right, any other questions or comments? I would like to, and we're needing action on this. So I would entertain a motion, please.
I'll make a motion. It's Meg Reeves, and I move the board award up to $50,000 from the Focused Investment Effectiveness Monitoring line item in the 2021-23 spending plan to support a post-FIP reporting pilot project, and delegate authority to the executive director to distribute the funds through appropriate agreements with an award date of April 26, 2022.
I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved by Meg, seconded by Liza Jane. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes. Thank you for that great discussion and wonderful presentation. Liza Jane, you got the last agenda item today.
Our last agenda item will be agenda item I, and we'll hear from Courtney on the receipt of some BLM funds.
Good afternoon. For the
Hi,
record,
Courtney.
Hello, everybody. For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. And I understand I am between you and the end of a long Zoom day. So I will keep that in mind. This is agenda item I. So back in 2020, many of you might remember that we came to the board and asked to essentially receive BLM funds through 3 different agreements to do work around the state. And then in July 2021, Scott Lightcap, who has been the BLM point of contact on this work, came and participated in a panel discussion that Eric Williams facilitated about some of the collaborative grant programs that we've been doing in partnership with federal partners. And this was one of them that was talked about. This funding that OWEB has received and then granted out on BLM's behalf, to date, we've awarded just around $2 million through 19 grants to local partners around the state. And what we've heard is that the funding has made a significant difference to our local partners. First, during our funding pause, when we were not awarding grants, we were able to put these BLM grants out the door. And then the grants have continued to make a significant difference to our partners in a time when BLM couldn't enter into as many small agreements and get funds out the door as quickly as they had in the past. Some of those constraints in BLM has changed over time, but they did approach us and asked to enter into a new agreement. And instead of multiple agreements, condense this down to one agreement that would be up to 5 years and up to $10 million, where again, BLM identifies the projects, does the review of those applications, and then lets OWEB know which applications we should fund. And then we work to get those projects funded through our OWEB's online application system and through a grant agreement process. We then have local staff on the ground, such as the RPRs that you heard from today, managing those projects, which are very similar in scope to the projects that they are already managing. And one of the ways that we do kind of facilitate and ease an OWEB staff workload is we require BLM staff to approve each payment request that we get before we process it, so that we know that they are essentially aware and engaged from the project from the very beginning when we get the project proposal from them all the way through each request for funds. So it's a lighter touch by OWEB staff, but it facilitates getting funding on the ground to local partners where projects are ready to go and often are very collaborative with the other projects that OWEB is funding through other grant avenues. So we did work with BLM and submit a grant application at the end of March in alignment with their timing, and are in the process of it's in the queue of their workload for their grant administrative staff. And so just here today to request approval from the board to receive up to $10 million to grant out in collaboration with BLM over the next 5 years. Any questions? Mark,
Mark has a question. So this might be either for you, Courtney, or Dan. The federal government, their funding is on a fiscal year. So every year they have to re-ask for that money. So there's a commitment for 5 years at 10 million, or is it contingent upon receiving the money from Congress? How does that work?
For the record, Courtney Schaff. So it's up to $10 million. So when BLM has money that is that they have available, and they go through a project ranking process, and then they will submit those projects to us. You'll see in the staff report, there's a list of projects that are ready to go right now. And then once a year, BLM would approach us with, this is the amount of money we have. These are the projects that are ready to go. We'll do an amendment to this original agreement to add those projects to OWEB BLM's agreement. And then we would go forth with that with the process of entering into grant agreements with the local partners. So it does not guarantee $10 million. It's up to $10 million.
But it's not a guaranteed for 5 years. It's just it's a 5-year effort if funding comes
is available. Yes, and
Okay.
it's just kind of an open agreement that they add money and projects to as that money is available and the projects have been reviewed and are ready to go.
Got it. Thank you.
Good. Kelly, please.
Yeah, thanks. Kelly Coates. Courtney, can you just kind of walk me through this a little bit? I'm just trying to understand sort of the mechanisms behind this. So the BLM has this funding and they have partners and projects identified. So they work with the partners, they develop the projects, and then they recommend the projects for funding. And then at that point, OWEB would enter into a contract with the partner to give them the money.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, pretty much correct. So every grant agreement, every application OWEB awards has to have a grant application. So we worked collaboratively with BLM to develop a very simple online grant application using our system. But yes, again, BLM staff work to develop the proposals. They have an internal review process. So then we get from who ends up being the grantee, the project proposal through our online system, which we use to then develop a grant agreement that goes into our online system and is managed, through our fiscal and accounting processes throughout the life of the grant. But BLM is involved in those payment requests and in the project reporting. So it's a lighter touch by OWEB staff.
Okay, so then basically OWEB is just helping with the administrative role in administering the funding, doing the agreements, that kind of thing.
Correct.
Okay, and then OWEB gets overhead to fund staff time to do this.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, that's a complicated question, Kelly. So on the current agreements we have with BLM, we have not received any indirect costs because of a long, complicated reason. We, in the new agreement that we submit an application for, we have figured out and negotiated with BLM to how to have both indirect costs as well as direct costs in that application. My screens just went blank on the monitor. Okay, you guys are all still there. So we did not in the previous agreements that are open, but moving forward, we will be able to incur indirect costs as well as direct staff time costs.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it. This is I'm playing catch up here since this is the first time we've had this at a meeting that I've been a part of. So I appreciate kind of walking me through what it is. So thank you.
And you are not the only new board member here, Kelly. So if you have questions, others do also.
Lisa, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I do. So Kelly, thanks for your question and thanks about thinking about the indirect rate. This is an ongoing conversation that we're starting to have here. All as part of this new conversation around workload that's coming in and making sure we're recouping costs or attaching costs for staffing for that work because it's new, it's more. I think, in 2020, there were reasons to take it on to get money out to partners because we wanted to get the money out the door. But longer term, we've really got to look at how we go about some of this additional work and make sure that we're recovering some additional money to help support the work.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions regarding this fund with BLM? Okay, seeing none, the board would entertain a motion.
Well, everybody's brain dead, so I'll go ahead and make the motion. I move the board proactively approve receipt of up to $10 million from the Bureau of Land Management for aquatic restoration and technical assistance projects over the next 5 years and delegate authority to the executive director to distribute the funds through the appropriate agreements with an effective date of May 1st, 2022.
Mark has made the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it. Oops. Someone else wants to. I withdraw. Go ahead, Kelly.
Actually, I think someone else beat me to the punch too.
Barbara did.
Okay. Mark's made a motion and Barbara has seconded it. Any further discussion? Bruce.
Yeah. Lisa, would you like any reference in the motion to address indirect cost recovery, or are you fine without that?
Bruce, thanks for asking. I think I'm fine without it. We need to do some negotiations with our federal partners. I found out that there are lots of complications around some of the different funding that OWEB receives in terms of how those indirect rates are set. And so I'm going to stay focused on trying to figure out how to make it whole, but I don't want to do something that knots us up either. And if I need something additional, I'll bring it back to the board.
Our motion doesn't lock you in if you're not able to do this. Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Just to follow up on that, Lisa, would it be helpful if we took separate action so that you could take certain steps in the interim before our next board meeting? If you needed to continue those conversations, either making, requests of federal agencies or state agencies?
I think I have adequate room on the operational side to go ahead and address that and work through it. But I will keep you apprised of the progress. Just acknowledging the concerns I think that we all have in terms of the abundance of work that has come towards OWEB. And I really appreciate the board's support and, understanding and acknowledgement of let's figure out how we keep this thing moving forward.
Okay, any other discussion regarding the motion? See, Mark, we were alive. We were just quiet. Our brains are still going strong. All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, very good. Good day of work. We are ready to adjourn practically an hour and 45 minutes ahead of time. Good work, everybody. I really would like to express appreciation to our staff. It was great to see the presentations from our regional folks always, and a special welcome to Lindsay. Really happy to have you join our board, and I'm looking forward to learning from and working with you the next couple of years. We'll say adios and rest well. Get ready for a really great day tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, thanks.
Thank you.